and gentlemen. I hope everyone has had breakfast. We are about to start in 10 minutes, so if anyone haven't had breakfast yet, please you can have breakfast, then we all can start. Thank you. request all the guests to gather in the main hall. I request all the guests to arrive in the main hall. We are about to start in 3 minutes. I request all the guests, sponsors, HRs, TPOs to gather in the main hall. We are about to start in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please gather in the main hall. We are about to start. I request you to settle inside. All the volunteers, you are requested to gather. I request all the volunteers to gather. Atharv Joshi, please come inside. Hello everyone, good morning. How are you all? I hope everyone is doing fine, happy, healthy. Thank you. So far, so good, amazing. It is good to see all of you here. I hope you all have had breakfast because we are about to start with the program. I request all the sponsors to come inside and settle on the chairs. So, good morning again, dignitaries, HR professionals, training and placement officers, and my dear team members. I, Pankaja Kopulkar, extend a warm welcome on behalf of JSPM and TSSM group of institutes. We all have congregated under the same roof for the sole purpose of appreciation. Appreciation towards each and every individual present here. We as a human race have been through a crisis. Pandemic has brought about unprecedented challenges that none of us were ready for. But our friends' fraternity was standing in those difficult times, helping each other sail through those difficult times. So that is why we at JSPM and TSSM group of institutes would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude towards each one of you through this platform. So kindly allow me to introduce you to Samavaya 2K23 HR Mate. I request my team to play. Just technical glitch. Okay. So, Samavaya. Thank you so much for being sport. Samavaya, to describe its meaning, I would like to iterate a Sanskrit shlok. Samaniva akuti, samana rudhyani vaha, samanamastu vo mano, yatha vaha susahasati. It means, united be your purpose, harmonious be your feelings, and collected be your mind. In the same way as all the aspects of this universe exist in togetherness, and as is our USP, better together. JSPM and TSSM group of institutes conduct this HR meet every 3 years, but every time with a different noble objective. Everyone present here has been associated with JSPM and TSSM group for a very long time now. You have known this group for many years. So let's review the journey of JSPM and TSSM group of institutes together. I would request my team to show us the glimpse. We started in the year 2001 and this is journey till 2023. What I remember is it was a very small number of students. It was almost 100 students and 18 faculties. That is how we started.
Hello friends, I am Mayur Suryavanshi. I am IS officer of 2018 batch. I belong to Odisha cadre.
Hello, I am Suraj Menon, an alumni of the Computer Engineering Department from the 2018 batch. Currently, I work as a specialist in automotive security and privacy with Continental Automotive Singapore.
Hi, I'm Huzaifa and I lead the campus team at Veritas. Talking about JSPM, it is one of the most trusted institutes in Pune. JSPM has been our hiring partner since 3 to 4 years, and our experience with Santosh Sir and JSPM has been flawless. We have always got the best of students, and they never fail to outshine once they get into our system.
Almost 7 to 8 years wherein I have been associated with JSPM and Santosh sir and the entire team. When it comes to hiring, execution experience, the quality of students which we get, and even from the retention perspective, I think the experience has always been really, really good.
Hello everybody. JSPM and TSSM group is organizing a HR meet. As you all know, JSPM group is one of the largest education providers in the state of Maharashtra. Known for its student-centric approach, a great teaching learning atmosphere, and a remarkable curriculum aimed at developing holistically the future of the students. I am Dr. Ravi Joshi, Director, Planning and Development, and also the President of the newly formed JSPM University, assure you that you will have a remarkable experience of this HR meet, and there will be a great takeaways from this.
Greetings to all. This is Milind Mutalik. I'm an HR professional, being in the industry for 25 plus years. I'm happy to be a part of Samavaya 2023 HR meet. Samavaya, as the name goes and the meaning goes, is inseparable relationship. Now this HR meet aims to bring in the industry and academia together to reinforce that relationship and the interactions. The unique thing about this meet is HR leaders and the academia leaders are coming from various backgrounds and various industry. Very importantly, the invitation has gone to the institutes which are in remote and needing industry support and guidance to make it big.
Hello, this is Shekhar Kamli from Tata Consultancy Services, working as General Manager Human Resources. Very happy to be part of this curtain raiser campaign of Samavaya 2023. I've been very closely observing the space of industry, academia, collaboration, and the classic industry-academia gap which we all talk about for the last decade or more. One thing which very profoundly strikes me is the lack of credible platform which can help all the stakeholders to come together and collaborate. I look forward Samavaya 2023 to provide us this opportunity to come together and collaborate and create value.
Hello everyone, my name is Baliram Udgekar, working as a Vice President HR and also part of HR Infotech non-profit organization which is existing since 27 years. I am excited to be part of this HR meet. Santosh Bode and whole JSPM group is taking fabulous efforts to ensure that renowned speakers from corporate and academics are lined up. This is another opportunity to all of you to network with maximum corporate people. Looking forward to meet all of you.
Thank you so much, team. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our holy tradition to worship Ma Saraswati before any important event. So I request you all to join me to dedicate prayers to Ma Saraswati. I would request my team to play Saraswati Vandana.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा.
Indeed, it feels holy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have some very special guests with us today. Now, I would like to request all the dignitaries to join me on stage. Please welcome chief guest of our today's program, Mr. Prashant Brahmankar sir, COO at Explio Group India. Guest of honor, Dr. Dilip Kumar Patnaik sir, Vice Chancellor at Medicaps University, Indore. Our keynote speaker, Mr. Shekhar Kamre sir, Regional HR Head at Tata Consultancy Services. Our title sponsor, Mr. Sachin Sangal sir from C-Centric Learning Age Private Limited. Sridevi Seera ma'am, Head Academia at NASCOM. Mr. Milind Mutalik sir, Head Employee Experience at Acolyte Digital. Mr. Bariram Mutagekar sir, VP HR at BNY Mellon and Mentor at HRIA. Mr. Kamlesh Jagdare sir, India Lead University Recruiting and Early Talent Programs, Newtonics. Our Group Director, Dr. Ravi Joshi sir. Mr. Anil Bhosle sir, our Group Director. Dr. R.K. Jain sir, Director at JSPM's Rajesh Rao College of Engineering, Pune. And Dr. Santosh Rao Bode sir, Dean Student Progression and Industry Relations at JSPM and TSSM Group.
Sorry for coming in between. I would request Pitambare sir to honor the seat. Please, sir.
It is good to have the youngest person among us. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us on stage. As all the dignitaries are settled, we will commence the program. I know you all are pretty excited to event to start, but hold your horses as I'm going to take few more minutes to share today's agenda. So firstly, we will start with felicitation and speeches of our dignitaries, followed by felicitation of our panelists, industry and event partners. Then we will head towards first panel discussion. Post that, we will take a 5 minutes break to have some refreshing drinks and immediately we will start with panel discussion too. Then we all can have a scrumptious lunch, and I request everyone to gather back here because we would love to honor each and every of our industry partner. Thank you. Well, hold your breaths as we are to get things started. So let's not waste any time and let's dive right in. So to set the context, I would like to call upon a thread between us all. You know him as a friend, you know him as a mentor. You know him personally and professionally, but being his team member, I feel I'm the best person to introduce him. I have just one word to describe him: a visionary leader. Well, everyone can be a boss, but very few manage to be a leader, right? So this leader comes with 22 years of experience. He is Dean Student Progression and Industry Relations at all group campuses of JSPM and TSSM Institute. This person, he is also chairperson of Federation of Training and Placement Officer. He is entrepreneur and he has also authored a book. So please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Santosh Rao Borde sir.
Namaskar, good morning, honorable dais, all the members from HR fraternity, and my beloved TPO friends, and our sponsors who made this day possible for us. Samavaya, the thought process started when we were discussing a point that there was a pandemic and campus hiring was not happening on the campus. Everything, every call, every interview, every shortlisting, everything was so online and so mechanical. No feelings, no emotions, a kind of dead recruitment season. The numbers were good, they were awesome, but the feeling was not good. So we thought, let us try to make a small effort to bring industry and academia on one platform. But let me tell you, when we were debating with our team, no, people definitely do HR meets and all that. What is that we are doing and how it is going to be different? So we thought, let's do this way. Let's try to invite maximum such colleges who are not blessed with good placements, who are not in urban places like us, or maybe the colleges from outside Maharashtra where we can leverage a win-win situation. That is what we thought when we thought of this Samavaya. And the first video bite came from one of my dear friend from a top product company like Newtonics. And I think Sri Ganesha ho gaya tha, but the way it picked up and the way it has been sensitized in the market across states. So we thought probably we are doing something good, something better. So today is the day when we will be thanking and appreciating our partners, and we, from the bottom of the earth, we are telling them that when we are standing today here, or whatever journey we were able to have, it is all because of you, directly or indirectly, but your support made this day possible for all of us. Of course, our management, I mean, this event, if I tell you, we were bothering our Bhosle Saab day and night, रात में 11 बजे, सुबह 6 बजे, but not a single time he said, no, I am busy or I am in a call, I am in a meeting. Every time I was like, tell me what is the problem. Then we have our Ravi Joshi sir, who is like, okay, go ahead, keep doing the things. And then the place where I sit, Tathaude, and to correct what madam said, I handle Tathaude campus. So the way Jain Saab motivates you, to go ahead and don't focus on anything which is distracting you. All these things, these things matter when you are doing such a wonderful event. And our team of student volunteers and our own placement team and placement officers of all colleges of JSPM. Let me tell you, I mean, morning 9 they used to report to Tathode campus, night 11, 12, 1, 2, there was no time. And to make such an event, it is not easy. So I believe today, this day is going to add immense value into the lives of all of us. And I want to ensure that the experience of every single individual who is sitting or standing in this room, it is going to be much, much better. And as we say, as a tagline, we are known for it's always working together, being together, caring for together. So it's always going to be better together. Thank you, Jai Hind.
So, thank you for providing us insights and setting the stage for the program and for this promising event. So, the next person I'm calling upon is a leader. He comes with more than 30 years of experience. He is a national level assessor for accreditations, a beloved director, as he is true supporter of student concentric activities. So let's give a warm welcome our director of JSPM Rajesh Rao College of Engineering, Dr. R.K. Jain sir.
Good morning, everybody. Honorable members on the dais, of the dais, all the sponsors and media persons. In fact, it's an immense pleasure for me to welcome all of you for this meet. We call it Samavaya 2K23. I really thank everybody for giving such a overwhelming response for this event. I am part of JSPM and TSSM group, a group founded by a team of edupreneurs. Few of them are sitting here under the leadership of Dr. T.J. Sawant. And my college, Rajarshi Shahu College of Engineering Pune, was the flagship college, which is now autonomous college under Pune University. We have completed almost 20 years, 2 years of journey as a institution. In this journey, I proudly say that because of our student-centric approach, because of our imparting the education 5.0, so that we can face the challenges of industry 5.0, we have been NV accredited by NVA for 4 times, and not only that, we have got one of the highest grade in NEC of that time. And best thing which I always feel to say, we are the best college in the Pune University. We always say that Pune University is one of the best university in the country, and we say we are proud to say that we are best college in the Pune University. And another thing which always motivate me is, we know ISTE, Indian Society for Technical Education. Friends, IST gives every year some awards. I proudly say that my college got Best College Award, Best Teacher Award, Best Student Award, and because of all this, Best Principal Award in the same year, which is a, I think rare thing which can happen so far in the history of IST. All this is possible because of our collaboration with the industries, because of our relationship with the Institute of Eminence like IITs, NITs, because of our support from foreign universities. We are trying to develop globally competent engineer who can be a proudest citizen of the country. I really thank one and all for coming here. I request one and all, I appeal everybody, let us come together and try to shape our future generation so that they can be a best citizen, a person, an engineer, a technocrat to whom we all will be proud. And our aim is, where I appeal to everybody to join us, our aim is that one day every student in the institution should be able to design his or her own degree. And for that, I think I need a big support from every one of you. Thank you very much. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. It has always been pleasure to hear your motivating words. You bring the best out of people, and well, I can see why you're popular among students. So, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. He's the man who made this day possible for all of us. He's none other than our group director. He's a strong supporter and advisor for Industry Institute relations, and well, his USP, his hallmark is his quick response time. So, please give a big round of applause for Mr. Anil Bhosle, sir.
Good morning, everybody. My colleagues on dais and colleagues of the dais. I am happy to know today that my ex-colleague from Tata Motors, we introduced each other today after almost 20 years of service. Mr. Brahmankar is my ex-colleague from Tata Motors. Okay, today he is in different organization. It's fine. ऐसा कभी कभी होता है, बहुत देर के बाद पता चलता है हम बहुत पुराने दोस्त हैं. Okay. Since today's event is related to Samavaya, Brahmankar sir explained its meaning very nicely. Building relationship, I will add to it that further enhancing and maintaining relationship. Borde sir told me 2-3 times that we want to involve those colleges from across the India who have less relationship with the industries. Let us give them opportunity to develop themselves. I want to have just 1.5 minute talk regarding this. I want to give some small message to those TPOs who want to build relationship. Dear sirs, you will start today to build your relationship. But maintaining is not that easy. These are industry persons related to performance, achieving the goals and making their organization successful. They will not hire your students so easily because Jain sir and Borde sir have arranged this program and you have introduced each other, and maybe this year they will hire your 20 or 30 students. No, just not possible. For that purpose, what is more important is to introspect your college. What are the strong points and what are the weak points in your college, and what are different opportunities to improve upon it. And let me say, first very simple opportunity in almost every get together or some type of meeting industry people talk with us is basic simple thing. Sir, present students are not able to communicate. They may be expert technocrats, their knowledge may be extraordinary, but they are not able to communicate, and this is one of the most weak point in today's engineering colleges where enhancement is required with well structured manner right from first year of their induction in the colleges. Very important point. Then later on, developing them along with technical part. In general, technical part all colleges pay attention to. What are the missing elements is another thing, and that is another test called as mathematical test, aptitude test, where majority of the students fail. In JSPM 6 years before when I joined here, though I had full 22 years association with this group, when I used to take review, I used to get feedback, sir, 100 students joined today's test and hardly 3 students qualified in aptitude. See, these were the great opportunities 6 years back, and since Borde sir was leading person in JSPM as far as training and placement is concerned, I troubled him like anything. Sir, after having your such a wide experience, why such type of scenarios? And he used to respond very positively. Sir, kindly give me opportunities for other colleges also. And slowly, we gave him opportunities, and process is long, but during this 6 years period, our placements in almost all the colleges, I will talk averages, it is crossed 80%. This is the miracle because of only professors and TPOs, principals' efforts. If we put in efforts, change must happen, and it happens. And dear TPOs, you have to start it today so that in future you can retain good relation with this. Otherwise, this world is not going to be a fruitful world. Please dedicate yourself. Achievement is yours. Thank you very much.
So, once again, thank you for your words of inspiration and strong support throughout preparations and thorough contribution to the event. And special thanks for affirming us not to worry whenever we reached out to you. So to call upon next stage, I'm very thrilled to invite him because he's the man who is wearing multiple hats. Not only he's our group director, but he's also shouldering the responsibility as a president at newly formed JSPM University. He's a true mentor for all of us. So it is time to give a big hand to Dr. Ravi Joshi sir.
Thank you very much, Pankaja Madam, for that introduction. The dignitaries on the dais, and my colleagues of the dais, the principals of the JSPM and TSSM Institute sitting here, and the people's people who are here present on this occasion. So you are the one who are connected to the institutes, because the institute is known, as you said, by the placement it has, and you are the one who are linking it to the success. So first thing first, as I said, I express my deep gratitude towards all of you being present here on this occasion, so that what you've been doing, we do appreciate that, and it is a day to show that appreciation. And of course, the board has organized this function, and I'm very happy to be here on this occasion. First of all, thank you very much for being here. The secondly, as I narrate three incidents, I'll cut it short. 1985 July, Wimbledon Championship. Somebody won that championship. Fast forward, yeah, Boris Becker won the championship. I was coming back to him. 2001 September, the JSPM made a very humble beginning. Nobody knew about it. Nobody knew about it. So when the admissions had, only those 50% of seats were full, the rest of them were empty out of 150. Then, along with a couple of my colleagues, we traveled to Mumbai, Sardar Patel College of Engineering, where they used to have called as the OMS round. That is, all the vacant seats here, they were displayed there for the out of Maharashtra states to be filled in. So we put our Maruti 800 as an office, and we all went on meeting people, telling them that, explaining that JSPM has come up with an engineering college. Please take admission for your ward into our institute. What we had to show? Nothing except the building. So what we carried? We carried the laboratory equipment photographs. We carried the list of books. We carried everything, because we didn't have anything to do, anything to show them, how to instill confidence in them. It was a lesson in marketing for us. Language barrier. They were from maybe Gujarat. They were from other states. So to tell them, convince them in the language, trying to do that, some of them showed that we have not seen your college. We always put them in the vehicle. We came back to Pune, showed them the college, and went back to Mumbai and said that you please take admission to JSPM. Like that, we filled 150 seats. So today, 2023, fast forward. As you said, you saw the film just now, that we are standing on our own. We do make a difference, the way which we are doing it. As Boswell said, it is student-centric. We always focus on the student, because we have been teachers all our life. We are taught in polytechnic, we are taught in degree colleges. So we have a teachers at our heart, and we have the students' welfare at our heart. So with this combination, we are trying to forge this, and for your contribution is immense. As again, I acknowledge that, because whatever you do it, unless and until it has a good delivery, people won't appreciate the goodness of it. The delivery is when they get into the industry because of you people. So therefore, again, fast forward, 1st of July 2023, we are going to launch JSPM University. As a group director, I've been working here, but now I've been shouldered the responsibility of leading the university. So we will be launching the JSPM University from this academic year onwards. So I invite all of you as my guests. you have any programs, you have any plans to do this, implement it in the university level, we are ready to welcome that. You let me know, we'll come and meet you. If you have any course which is to be run that, if you want to be a part of the university, you can be associated with that as a professor of practice also. You don't need a PhD degree for that. With your experience will be carried to the students. They will be beneficial to the students. And as you know, like we are coming up with a different kind of programs. So there will be a different kind of a pharmacy program that will be projected apart from the regular degree program. There will be, of course, a program in forensic science. We'll be doing that post-graduation as well as the graduation programs. And we'll be doing a lot of work in education also. As you all know, the D.Ed and B.Ed is no more in existence. There will be a 4 years integrated education program. So you're working on that. Not only that, again, the next year's expansion includes that we're going to start graduate programs in defense strategic studies, law, and other avenues where there is a demand for the students. We can put our students in that. With the awareness of nationalism of these days, so definitely these programs will have a different kind of a picture. So it will not be only a technical or an engineering university. We will be university of a different kind where almost everything that can be done, we can try to incorporate that. So I call upon you to get associated with that. Of course, one of our principals who are in the integrated college of that university, Dr. Deshpande is here. You can have a talk with him. You can have a talk with us. You can come back to us for these kind of programs which can be initiated for the benefit of the students. And the same speech I did in 2001, I remember, just like Pankaja madam comparing this, I did that in 2001. I told them one thing. When Boris Becker won, very few people knew about him. Very few people knew that he was going to win, but he won the Wimbledon championship when nobody knew about him. So similarly, 2001 I had said, nobody knows about JSPM. And today, you all know it, that how well we are known. Similarly, we may not know JSPM University today, but 5 years down the line, JSPM University will make a difference in the way we are dealing with education. If it comes to thinking out of the box, you can always count that JSPM and TSSM group is always at the forefront of it. Without taking much of your time, I once again thank all of you for being here, for having made JSPM take a giant strides. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving us close review of the JSPM and TSSM Institute's journey. You have lived and experienced it, so you're the best person to give what we can call behind the scene footage. So thank you for that, and I'm sure everyone present here has gotten much distinct idea about newly formed JSPM University. I am pretty excited about it. So thank you. Now, we owe it to our guests to acknowledge and recognize with a special felicitation. So, I would request Dr. Ravi Joshi sir to felicitate Sri Devi Sira ma'am from Head Academia NASCOM, and to understand her journey, I would request my team to display her profile.
Let me introduce a dynamic lady, Sridevi Sira. Sridevi Sira carries a crown as national lead for NASCOM Future Skills. She has bachelor's in LLB, Legal Remedies from Osmania University. A highly focused, result-oriented business development professional with strong exposure in expanding business in dynamic and changing markets. She has successfully transformed non-performing business units into top performance, truly a boss lady. So let's welcome Sridevi Sira ma'am from NASCOM.
Thank you so much for those warm words. Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais and all of you sitting in the audience, thank you so much for joining us over here. This is very, very unique, and I really appreciate that the team has actually taken pains to invite us. And as an industry body, it really is heartwarming for us to see something like this, an industry academia conflicts where people are meeting to make difference for the lives of the youngsters. Just like to, share some thoughts. All of us over here are trying to shape the future. Welcome to the decade. I'm not saying decade, I'm saying decade because that's the era that we are in. We are totally swarmed by technology, and rightly so. The world is looking at India, and India is all poised to become the digital talent nation for the world. And how is that going to happen? That's going to happen because of all of us sitting in this place. Every one of us have a role to play. Every one of us have a contribution to make. So, not taking too much of your time, I'll just tell you, I was just calculating on an average, I think we have about 300 plus years of experience sitting on the dais. And if I calculate the rest of the audience over here, we are having nearly about 1,000 plus years of experience sitting here. What does all that mean? All this thousand of years of experience which is sitting over here will transform millions of students who are under our guidance and under our aegis. That's what the ecosystem is expected to create and curate for the future. The world, as I said, I'll just give you one data point coming from NASCOM. It's very normal for us to go back to the data points. India, by 2030, we will be contributing about 90 million people to the world's workforce. I would urge all of you to refer the latest World Economic Forum research report which got published. And it very clearly says the era has changed so much that most of the organizations, almost if I quote, 45% of the organizations have changed their strategy of hiring. What is the strategy? The simple point or strategy that they have taken up is not focusing too much on qualification alone, but talking about outcome-based education, and they're talking about skill component of a person who's going to be hired. So the skill ecosystem has become very, very critical and important mass for our students. And this report also calls out 10 such, skills which are really the requirement of focus for all of us in 2023 and the years to come forward. Since most of us sitting over here represent academia, 3 points that I would like to tell you, and for you to easily remember, I think all of us know what is COE, right? Can I know what is that? Very good. Now I give you a different perspective for Center of Excellence. The 3 things that we must ensure that we carry on our sleeves and live for it day in and day out. The first one is curiosity. Encourage the curiosity amongst the students, ensure that we live with our curiosity, and that is exactly something which is going to take everyone forward. Like Sir was just telling you, when Boris Becker won, nobody knew about it, and today he's a legend. The college was born in the similar year, and today everybody knows about the college. All this is possible only when you drive or nurture the curiosity element, and students are bundle of curious, so we should ensure that curiosity is on and taken forward. The O in the COE for me stands for orientation. Orientation towards seriousness in life, orientation towards the element of trust that they are expected to display, the element of the truth for which they are expected to stand for, and understanding or getting a proper orientation of their job roles, their role that they are expected to play as not just your students or employees of organizations, but as citizens of this country. That's the O about. E is all about enhancing whatever they have. I'm not talking only about employability because some of them may be very excellent entrepreneurs sitting in your colleges. So ensure that we nurture that and enhance whatever is the skill that is available with the students. What are we supposed to do when we have to ensure that COE actually translates into a real, reality in future? The only thing that we're expected to ensure that we tell our future generation is focus on what's happening, and continuous learning is the funder for all of that. If anybody feels complacency is going to get them out of this game, sorry, we need to be corrected. We all need to focus on continuous learning. Encourage all your students to be lifelong learners. I'm sure all of us are lifelong learners. We should pass this on to the next generation as well. Great compliments for the entire team, which has actually put up something so unique like this, including the name itself. The name echoes what exactly is required in the present day context. Compliments to each one of the volunteers who actually pulled up their socks to do something like this. We look forward for more such industry academia conclaves. One request for all of us sitting over here, it should not be a event where we came, we enjoyed, we collaborated, we clapped, and then we move and go back to our desk and start doing the same thing that we were doing. We need to carry forward a lot of things that we are listening or hearing or understanding from here and start replicating it, start implementing it in our day to day lives. And that's what is going to be changing India. And that's where India will be the digital talent nation for the world. Think digital, think India. This is the thing that we all at NASCOM believe, and we urge all of you to vow for ensuring encouraging all your students are upskilled to the requirements of the industry and their better future. Compliments to each one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your detailed matter expertise. The facts and figures that you have provided are evident of your knowledge and subject matter expertise. It was great hearing you. Thank you so much. Now to felicitate, I would request Mr. Anil Bhosle sir, may I request you to do the honors of felicitating Mr. Milan Mutalik sir, Head Employee Experience, Acolyte Digital. Team, profile please. Now, I would like to request Dr. R.K. Jain sir to extend felicitation to Mr. Bairam Mutagekar sir. He is Vice President HR, also his mentor at HRIA. Dr. Santosh Rao Borde sir, I kindly request you to felicitate Mr. Kamlesh Jagdare sir. He is India lead recruiting and early talent programs at Newtonics. Now I would request Dr. R.K. Jain sir to felicitate Dr. Pitamvari sir. He is the most senior and experienced TPO in Pune region.
Partners. One who has given us a facility, Marathwara Mitra Mandal College of Engineering, Tata Technology, they have given us a wonderful incubation lab in automobile sector, and us who are making most of the students aware about what is the desirable job area where you can check your ability and can join a wonderful organization in near future. Centric pays a wonderful platform to JSPM group. Thank you, JSPM. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful words. And now I understand the meaning of the word C-centric. And mainly thank you for your contribution to the event. So moving on to, now I would request Dr. R.K. Jain sir to present our keynote speaker, Mr. Shekhar Kamble sir, with this meaningful gesture. Team, profile please. Shekhar Kamble sir, we value your opinion, would like, and we are interested to hear your keynotes. So would you like to share them with us?
Good morning to everyone. Uh, I represent uh, at least 30% of the alumni what JSPN has given us. So, a very key beneficiary, and I vouch by the product what you have developed. Uh, so, dignitaries and my friends, it's my pleasure to be here and be part of this event. Deep sense of gratitude to the JSPM group for inviting me here and letting me share my thoughts. See, I think um, the relationship with JSPM, at least for me, dates back more than a decade, 2013 onwards, rather 12 onwards, and I think with TCS it's more than 1.5 decade as such. We have been hiring and at a good pace, and I have seen this journey right from a college, all the NAC accreditations, NBA accreditations, then I think a deemed college, and then I think we are on the threshold of launching a university. So it's a wonderful journey, and we really feel very proud that we have such an institution which is growing and the kind of orientation it is showing, and a great promise what it has. So thank you, and we look forward for more. Coming to the today's context, and I feel at the end of the day we all are variable of context. What happens, and we have to be in that context. So again, a very important initiative. I would say that frankly, sir, I didn't know that we have an objective and intent of bringing the training and placement officers from the rural or maybe from the areas where the reach of industry is not there. So I think it's a wonderful platform. And as sir mentioned, that it's not very, it's difficult to sustain it. And truly, as we are embarking on the journey of digital India, I have a suggestion to the JSPM management and the team here is that let this platform go virtual and we sustain this platform. We have all the industry partners here, we have all the training placement officers here. We all be there on this platform for good, and we create value which become a guiding light for students who are looking for employment, and maybe such other further things what we have. We have many, if you see every industry, sorry, every company in an industry, I'll refer to IT, has their own platforms, and we proudly take it to their with different stakeholders. But I think this would be unique platform which an educational institute will bring on. And if we see a NASCOM on that, if we see TCS on that, if we see other companies, it would definitely create a content which will make more and more value to students. And I think if it is evolved in a bigger way, we could really provide a real-time guidance to students on this. Having said that, on the way I was thinking that what is exactly to be shared here, but I think it's very important we talk about our responsibilities. What do we do as industry and in education or academia as a whole? See, we are responsible for creating a good human being. He could be an engineer, or he or she could not be an engineer, it could something else. But creating a good human being is very important, and I think that we can have a lot of synonyms to it, like student centric or employable, or there could be a lot of adjectives which can be added. But then the holistic role of education is to create a human being who understands or who has the potential to earn his or her livelihood in a respectable way, contribute to the society, and at the end of the day be happy and be contented. So that actually will happen in this context, because by virtue of AI and chat GPT and everything, the students access to resources is humongous. Now it is not a one good reference book a teacher had and is kept in the cupboard on the third floor, which people don't have access. It's not that way. It is a huge data which is available at fingertips. What I personally feel is the role of the teacher is now to really, or all of us, is to train them how to question and how to convert that data into relevant information. If we are able to do that skill and give that skill to people, trust me, I think we are done. Because you will see now a lot of you know uh, LinkedIn posts will tell you about the good chat GPT prompts. It's what it is. It is basically how do we pose the questions. If you are able to pose a good question, you'll get a good answer. Else the system is garbage in, garbage out. You can't really do much on that. So the role of teacher today is to create a person who has good moral values, who have the skill of questioning, and who can really convert that information, data to information, and be the problem solver. Because at the end of the day, what I mean, all my industry colleagues here will agree, it's not which discipline you come from, it's not which college you come from. If you are able to take a problem and solve it, even before solve it, if you are able to even define it well, the industry will give you all the resources to solve it. It's like, problem well defined, half solved. So it's basically understanding, questioning, creating problems, and in a good way, and then solving them. So that is what the skill which we need to really bring on. By virtue of change in technology, there are a lot of time which would be available at the disposal of teachers. I am emphasizing more here teachers, because I personally feel every individual TPO here is a teacher. He is a hardcore coach to the person who is in that college and who is on the verge of getting into industry. A teacher has a lot of bandwidth now, and I'm sure we all would remember one teacher in your life who has changed your life. He has changed your life by virtue of a nudge, or maybe a hard talk or a hard slap or something, which has changed you completely. So we definitely have that bandwidth today, and I feel that we should leverage the technology which is at our disposal, and that create that bandwidth and work more on the value systems, which is very, very important. I think we work very closely with Dr. Meshram in COEP in crafting the values. So as per the AICT norm, we have to have a vision and a mission. But I think a vision, a mission has to be followed, and values have to be there for every college, maybe for that matter, every university, or maybe it could be universal across our AICT, context as such. But those values have to be lived with. The leaders have to show in their behavior that how those values are executed, and I'm sure the students will follow. So thank you very much again for giving this platform, and I really love to be here and meet a lot of my friends who have lost touch with. Thank you.
So you have been great supporter of JSPM throughout these years, because this association goes long, long way. And your key points were indeed evident of your expertise and experience, and the compassion with which you were talking about that was very contagious. So very, very thoughtful, and thank you, sir. And since sir talked about social media, I would like to tell you, we all are live on YouTube, and so please smile because you're on OTT. So thank you so much, sir. And JSPM and TSSM group is eternally grateful to you. So for next person, I would like to call upon Mr. Anil Bhosle, sir. I would be grateful if you could extend a felicitation to guest of honor of our today's event, Dr. Dilip Kumar Patnaik, sir. He is Vice Chancellor at Medicaps University, Indore. Dr. Dilip Kumar Patnaik, sir, we would be honored if you could grace us with your wise words.
Yeah, namaskar. My respected dais here, and the HRs from the industries, all the training placement officers, the academia, the students, of course, my young friends, and the media as well. Thank you very much for having me here. First of all, on the onset, let me confess, I'm a better academician than a speaker. So you have to tolerate with me for 5 minutes. And I'm really afraid and many times. I know the JSPM since last 5 years personally. And the JSPM, and of course, Dr. Jain is the bridge between me and the JSPM. The JSPM is, the name is cemented with the quality. they do not only believe the quality, they live the quality. And they have invited me. I do not know the person here in a HR meet who himself doesn't believe as the human as a resource. I was speaking to Sri Devi today. Why we call this human as a resource? When we talk as a resource, water is a resource, electricity is a resource, minerals are the resource. When you speak about the resource, one thing's come up to our mind, that is how we can exploit the best of it. So when you say the human is a resource, don't you think that indirectly something comes to your mind, what I can extract the best from this person? Anyway, this is not the topic of the dispute, but one thing say they have called a wrong person in the right place. So you have to tolerate me for another 5 minutes. कुछ 5 मिनट बकवास करूंगा, तो आप इसको थोड़ा सा tolerate कर लेना. And this is now I was listening to Dr. Santosh. Ki life has changed after the pandemic. Of course, I do believe the life before AC and the BC, that means after Corona and before Corona, there is a tremendous change. And I, being this Vice Chancellor of a Medicaps University, the university, multidisciplinary university without medicine, and I'm sitting in the city between two eyes of the country, that is IIT and IIM. So what I realized is, the life has really changed after this Corona. And let's learn something, lesson from this Corona. Corona has taken a lot from us, a lot of peace from us, the productivity from us, but it's given us something. We do not understand that. Let's take one example from the Corona. And India today, as on date, if you have a COVID apps with you, you can check it right now. Today, as on today, 248 crores of vaccination has already been administered. Some are for single, some are for this double, and some are for the boosters also. थोड़ा इसको देखें, इतना more than 200 crores of vaccination it has been done in India. To whom the credit goes? Is it the scientists who have developed this vaccination, this vaccine? Or is the political will of the country? Or it is the paramedical staff who has really administered this? Or it is the social fabrics of these people who have created this and awareness and went to this the public. They have made them realize and they made them say, yes, it is a good thing, we have to take it. So who are responsible for this? Is this only credit goes to the scientists? It's no. There's so many things are there. The social engineering, the political will, and the paramedical staffs, and not the least, the tech staff who have created the COVID apps also. So when we think about the progression of the students from the students' career and putting them as a resource, what you said, in the industry and making them a career path. So who are responsible? It is this academias, like we people, might be we are like a scientist who have created this. But you, all the training and placement officers, and all the HRs, and all the industries who have really made it possible. Of course, we are working in the silos, and we are confined within ourselves. That this is the good thing, what I understand so far. And I'm not ready to ventilate something of idea from others. We can just coexist with this, and we can also make it in co-win, and this we can win over this. मैं ये तकलीफ समझ सकता हूं जब आप HR आते हैं यहाँ पे, इंडस्ट्री वाले जब आते हैं रिक्रूटमेंट करने के लिए, यहाँ पे सब आप रिक्रूटमेंट करते हैं, हर आपको जो एक बच्चे मिलते हैं एक जैसे दिखते हैं, all look alike. All are these undergraduate students and they are with a white shirt and a blue tie and having the similar type of CV. All are this undergraduates only, the 4 years of experience or 3 years of experience. थोड़ा थोड़ा स्किल अलग अलग होता है, किसी ने ओरेकल सीखा है तो किसी ने मिरेकल सीखा है, किसी ने जावा सीखा है तो किसी ने सुमात्रा सीखा है, ऐसे कुछ अलग अलग है. बट यू आर इन ए ट्रबल, किसको सिलेक्ट करना है? और हर किसी स्टूडेंट के आंख में एक चमक है, मुझे आगे जाके कुछ करना है. इन यू पीपल ऑल्सो दिस लिटिल पजल दिस, किसको लेना है? एंड हियर एक चीज होता है यहाँ पे, अच्छा स्टूडेंट लेना है. मैडम श्रीदेवी ऑल्सो द COE, सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस को, और उन्होंने कुछ कहा, एंड आई कुड दिस ऐड टू सम दिस, इट इज एन ASK, ask attitude, skill, and knowledge. That we should be select a student. Attitude comes first, and attitude really contributes 80% of our life, and the knowledge is only 10 to 15%. 5% is the knowledge. Knowledge कभी मिल सकता है. अगर स्टूडेंट ना कभी भी सीख सकता है, कोई जरूरत नहीं आज क्लासरूम में सीखेगा. आई एम श्योर दैट द पीपल, लर्नड पीपल सिटिंग हियर, दे मस्ट हैव लर्नड ओनली 5% ऑफ देयर नॉलेज इन द क्लासरूम, एंड द रेस्ट दे हैव लर्नड फ्रॉम देयर फ्रेंड्स, द सोसाइटी, एंड फ्रॉम अदर्स. सो ये नॉलेज के ज्यादा नहीं है, एंड वी यू पीपल आर रियली पजल्ड. वी शुड नॉट फोकस ऑन टू चूज एंड रिक्रूट दिस कैपेबल पीपल. हम हमेशा देखते हैं कैपेबल पीपल को कैसे हम चूज किया जाए, but it is capable people is not good for the society. It is that you must choose the suitable people for that. What is the difference between capable and suitable? He should have a value. Just my previous speaker told that he should have the values for that. Capable, ऐसे मैं एक example देता हूँ उसमें capable का suitable में. Say for my office I am recruiting a secretary, and say she must be good in the computer, she must be good in this, all the office work, she must be good in organizing my office and preparing the documents and this booking my tickets and everything. She is very much capable, but she has some flaws that she leaks some of the information of my office. Is she suitable? So capability doesn't matter here, always suitability matters, and that is this value. यहां पे अगर आप इजाजत देते एक छोटा सा कहानी सुनाना चाहता हूं आपको, एंड आई वांट टू स्पीक इट इन हिंदी, क्योंकि अंग्रेजी ना मेरा मातृभाषा है ना भारतीय भाषा है, मैं उसमें उतना जान नहीं डाल पाऊंगा. सो आई मे बी अलाउड टू स्पीक इन हिंदी हियर. एक राज्य में एक राजा थे, उनके पास एक विद्वान थे, उनका नाम था राम शास्त्री. वो बहुत अच्छा बोलते थे, बहुत अच्छे स्वभाव की उनका था, बहुत ज्ञान था उनके पास, एंड ही वॉज वन ऑफ द very much adorable minister in his court. बहुत लोग उनको इज्जत करते थे. वो जब आते थे राजा अपने खुद कुर्सी से उठ जाते थे और कहते शास्त्री जी आइए बैठे. जब शास्त्री जी बैठते थे तब वो खुद बैठते थे. इतना सम्मान था उनका दरबार में. एक दिन कुछ ऐसा हुआ, राजा के दिमाग में कुछ ऐसे आया. उन्होंने पूछा शास्त्री जी सब लोग आपको बहुत इज्जत करते हैं, आपके पास बहुत गुण में तो आप भरे हुए हैं, लेकिन एग्जैक्टली किस लिए लोग आपका इतना इज्जत करते हैं? इज इट फॉर योर बिहेवियर और इज इट फॉर योर नॉलेज? तो राम शास्त्री ने थोड़ा हंस दिया. उन्होंने कहा ठीक है 10 दिन बाद बात करें. राजा ने कहा ठीक है. तो उन्होंने कहा ये 10 दिन का मुझे छुट्टी चाहिए. तो राम शास्त्री को 10 दिन का छुट्टी मंजूर हो गया. उस शाम को राम शास्त्री वो क्या कहें, ही वेंट टू दिस, इनका राजकोष है ना, राज खजाना, वहां पे गए. कुछ 2-4 सोने के 80 रुपया उठा लिए. सब वहां पे सारे चौकीदार जो भी है सब गार्ड उनको जानते थे. राम शास्त्री जी आए, उनको कैसे मना करें, एंड ही वेंट एंड पिक्ड अप 4 or 5 कॉइन्स देयर. तो उनको लगा इसमें कुछ होगा, नहीं तो राम शास्त्री क्यों आए यहाँ पे चोरी करने के लिए. अगले दिन फिर वो देखा गार्ड ने, उन्होंने फिर आया 10 80 रुपया फिर उठा लिया. फिर उनको लगा कल आए थे 3-4 ले गए, आज 10 रुपये 80 रुपया ले रहे हैं, क्या है. अगले दिन देखा अगेन ही केम एंड ही पिक्ड अप अनदर 20 कॉइन्स फ्रॉम दैट. और चौथे दिन आए वो 20-40 ऐसे उठा के ले गए. तब जाके इनको लगा गार्ड को कि ये कुछ चोरी कर रहे हैं, अभी तो मुझे राजा को बताना ही है, तो नहीं तो मेरा नौकरी खतरे में है. तो जाके सीधा राजा को बताया. उन्होंने कहा महाराज ऐसा है कि राम शास्त्री हमेशा आते हैं यहां से कुछ ना कुछ चोरी करके ले जाते हैं, और अभी 4 दिन से बहुत सारे उन्होंने चोरी किए. तो राजा को गुस्सा आया, स्वाभाविक है, महाराज को गुस्सा आया, एंड उनको समन किया गया, राम शास्त्री हाजिर हो यहाँ पे. और जैसे एक सैनिक गया राम शास्त्री को उनका घर से उठा के ले आया कि महाराज याद कर रहे हैं, आप आ जाइए दरबार में. वो दरबार में आ गए, और दरबार में जैसे एंट्री किए, उस दिन महाराज अपनी कुर्सी से उठे नहीं है, वो ऐसे ही बैठे रहे. फिर आके राम शास्त्री अपनी कुर्सी में बैठ गए. फिर महाराज ने पूछा, राम शास्त्री जी आपने राजकोष से कुछ सोने के 80 रुपया चुराए हैं? उन्होंने कहा जी महाराज लीजिए, यहाँ ये सब मैंने चुराया. वो कई 200 के आसपास है. तो उन्होंने इसको क्यों चुराए? मैंने कहा इसलिए चुराया, उसका अर्थ आपको मिल गया होगा। हर रोज मैं जब यहां पे दरबार में आता था आप खड़े हो जाते थे, आज क्यों नहीं खड़े हुए? क्यों नहीं खड़े हुए? इस 10 दिन में और कुछ मैंने ज्ञान भी मेरा बढ़ गया, मैंने जो ज्ञान था कुछ कम नहीं हुआ। तो आप जो रेस्पेक्ट करते थे मेरे ज्ञान को रेस्पेक्ट नहीं करते थे, मेरे स्वभाव को रेस्पेक्ट आप करते थे, मेरे कैरेक्टर को रेस्पेक्ट करते थे। इसलिए आज आपका मन में आया कि मेरा स्वभाव, मेरा इंटीग्रिटी सही नहीं है, इसलिए आपने आज खड़े नहीं हुए। So that's why it's my request to all my TPOs and one of my fellow colleagues also sitting with here in a different capacity. So all TPO के साथ, सारे HR के साथ मेरा एक रिक्वेस्ट है कि हम यहाँ पे let's find out a suitable person with an integrity, not a capable person. क्योंकि हम जानते हैं capable person बहुत अच्छा काम करता है, एक बहुत अच्छा इंजीनियर, a very good capable engineer can destroy the beautiful world. ओसामा बिन लादेन में हम देख चुके हैं। So let's not do this. And यहाँ पे let's not also focus on the numbers, how many numbers I can just give it this. अगर आप एक अच्छा भी, बढ़िया से एक अच्छा भी रिक्रूट कर दिए, हो सकता है ये 10 जनरेशन के लिए आपका ये आंसर हो जाएगा। So with this I can say all the best for this JSPM, और उनका जो एक इनिशिएशन है, I really hats up to this, and always I'm really very much once again thank you for having me here, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. You know how Shekhar sir talked about the one teacher that changes life. I believe about Dr. Dilip Kumar Patnaik, sir, you're one of those teachers. You must have changed multiple lives. I mean, who wouldn't love such a lively and curious authoritative figure, right? So thank you so much, sir, for your wise words, and please join me in giving a big round of applause to Dr. Dilip Kumar Patnaik, sir. Now I would request Dr. Ravi Joshi, sir. We would be honored if you could do us the favor of felicitating our chief guest, Mr. Prashant Brahmankar, sir. He is the COO at Explio Group, India. Mr. Prashant Brahmankar, sir, your insights would be highly appreciated. Can you share your thoughts with us? Thank you, sir.
You know, while I was listening to all the dignitaries, all my friends from academia and industry, and I realized that they covered a lot of points which I actually wanted to say. So thank you. I would like to thank JSPM for inviting me here. This is really a unique program. I have attended a lot of functions and different programs at universities, but this is really unique where, you know, everyone worries. Today is the world of competition. Everyone worries about competition. I mean, Santosh sir should be, his primary objective is that how many students get the placement, right? But he is so generous, he is inviting his competitors into this event. This is truly a unique event. It's very important that you think beyond yourself, how the industry, how your, how different institutes and the companies learn from each other. End of the day, we call it an ecosystem. If the ecosystem is good, in the ecosystem, if everyone is thinking about each other, I think together we can be successful. So this is a unique and very good event. And congratulations and all the best for your future events. Industry and academia relationship is not new. It existed for a very long time. In fact, a lot of industry guys realized the importance of academia and they got into academia. But today, the meaning is totally different. And the only reason, or the one of the biggest reason, is disruption. I remember when we did our engineering, the typical standard 4 streams used to be there: electrical, mechanical, electronics, and civil. And for years together, the books used to be the same, the curriculum used to be the same. But today, the disruption in the industry is happening almost every day. The basics are not changing. The basic principles are absolutely same, but the applications are entirely different. My friend talked about ChatGPT. First time we saw ChatGPT, we thought, okay, one more AI engine, right? We're used to those kind of engines or voice assistants. These days, I'm extremely worried when I have my phone with me or that Alexa sitting in one corner at home. Someone is listening to me all the time, right? How these AI engines are becoming stronger, more knowledgeable, and having answers to everything, right? They're learning it. Someone is teaching them, or someone is training them in such a way that how whenever they listen something, how they capture it and utilize it to develop better answers when we ask them questions. These days, I have been asked this question many times, that with this chat GPT or AI engines introduction, do we need all these engineers in the future? Honestly, I don't know. Everyone is scared? I don't know whether we need all the engineers doing the same thing. I have no doubt that we need all those engineers, but the engineers should learn. They should learn to figure out that doing the basic programming, software programming, doing the basic mechanical engineering, it won't be the same. You will not need so many thousands and millions of engineers doing the basic things. You have to find out a way that what is there in it for us. I heard, professor spoke about the attitude. Knowledge, skill, and attitude. Ask, right? It's very important that, and I do agree with him that whatever today we know after 20, 25, 30 years of experience, whatever knowledge we have today, 5% or maybe less than that we've learned in our institutes, our colleges, universities. All of the remaining knowledge we have acquired on the job. So it's extremely important that how adaptable you are. I was also talking to Santosh sir that academia and industry relationship should be even more stronger because of the disruption. But is it even possible that you change your curriculum every year to accommodate the disruptions and changes happening in the industry? I doubt that. So it is very important that the curriculum should be defined in such a way that last couple of semesters should be left for industry. The education should happen in first few semesters, and even today, I see that the students seek internships in the last semester or in the last year of their education. I think that also needs to change. Students should they should understand that they need to understand the industry, what's happening in the industry, the changes, the innovations, right from first year of their education, and not necessarily when they are about to finish their education. So this academia and industry relationship should go to the next mode, and I don't know what that could be, but there should be some discussion happen. And I expect, like bodies like NASSCOM should take a lead. I'm sure that Sridevi ma'am in NASSCOM is taking a lot of lead in that. But there should be some forum, some discussion should happen that what that could be. How the students can participate in the industry right from the beginning of their education, and not necessarily at the end of the education where they feel, oh, I just have 6 months to acquire a lot of things, and then I need to get a right job. Today even, I'll tell you, industries, especially academics, institutes invite the companies based on the salaries they pay, and I have my own personal objection to that. It's not necessary that some companies which are paying very high salaries, they are the right ones for the students to grow further in their career, to become entrepreneurs. So something, like, I mean, that there has to be some change. I'm sorry, like, if I'm talking about some controversial topics, but I strongly feel that salary should not be the only objective when you start your career. You have this long career, like you end up working 30, 40, 50 years. Now we have a gentleman who is working for 55 years or more than that. So it's a long career. Salary should not be the determining factor. So all my TPO friends, I want you to think about it. Look at what are the offerings from the companies, different companies. A startup may not be able to offer the students 15 lakh rupees salary. So that does not mean that you do not give opportunity to nice startups to talk to your students in first few days. So there has to be some change. There is one thing, like which I always wonder, that when students get into the industry, when they get into their first job, all the industries train them for 3 months, 6 months, depending on how they want to utilize those students or their standard practices within the company. But they don't spend much time on soft skills. I'm sure that they have soft skill programs, but they don't spend much time on soft skills, because students they acquire the knowledge, they acquire the technical knowledge, but how they are going to apply that knowledge when they progress in their career. The overall attitude part of it, communication. I have seen that students who are technically extremely good, they clear the written exams with flying colors, but in group discussions, they face a lot of challenges. They fail in group discussions. So I would like to request the institutes that they focus a lot on communication skills. Today we are living in a global world, especially in the IT industry or even in manufacturing. The people working in the industry, they work for global companies. They not necessarily work for only Indian companies or Indian market. They work for global companies. Communication is extremely important. I'm not saying, different languages are important. They are important, but it's not necessary. But the basic communication skill is extremely important. If you allow me to speak, I can speak for next 3 hours, but I'm told that I have only 7 minutes. So I would like to thank Santosh sir for giving me this opportunity. It's a wonderful platform where the HR managers or the HR heads of different companies, TPOs of different institutes are coming together. It's a very nice networking. I think we should utilize this opportunity to know each other, know each other's requirements, what these companies are going to do in the future, how you want to make sure that, see, end of the day, you hear all the stories and gain all the knowledge, but end of the day, practically, you also have to make sure that your students are get placed. So use this networking event, and I am very happy to be part of this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You have always been very welcome and warm whenever we came to you. And today, your appreciation has really given us a boost of confidence. In your speech, you have really put our fears in words and simultaneously has given us hope. Only an amazing speaker can do that. So, thank you for introducing new ideas that can be implemented. And also, thank you for your graceful presence to the event. It was really great hearing your detailed matter expertise. So, thank you so much. And since we are appreciating our special guest, I would like to thank our partners too. It is due to their support we could organize this event. So I would like to thank our title sponsor, C-Centric Learning Age Private Limited, our silver sponsor, Fuel, Shaw Ether, Bytexcel, Talentio, Imperial Overseas Education Consultants, Electronic Study Center, our knowledge partners, NASCOM, DTE, ACM Chapter, ISHRE, IMTMA, ISME, our outreach partners, NASCOM, DTE, ACM Chapter, ISHRE, and Griffon, Jobism, our special partner, FTPO, and overseas partner, KMITL Thailand, University Technology Petronas Malaysia, and YZD Taiwan. Ladies and gentlemen, we have assembled a group of experts in their field and we are grateful for their participation. So, I would like to express our sincere appreciation. So I would request Mr. Prashant Brahmankar sir to felicitate Dr. Sandeep Mishram sir, Dean STM, COEP Technical University, one of our panel members. Now I would request Dr. Dilip Kumar Patnaik sir to felicitate Rajendra Raut sir, VP Talent Acquisition, Jade Global. Now I would request Mr. Shekhar Kambe sir to felicitate Mr. Mohan Patil sir, Senior General Manager at Bosch Tracy Systems India. Now I would request Dr. Ravi Joshi sir to felicitate Rashmi Shroff ma'am, Head India HR Operations, HHA Exchange. Now I would like to request Mr. Anil Bhosle sir to felicitate Shwetambari Salgar ma'am, Director LNOD ICTs. Also, I cannot contain my gratitude towards representative of educational chapters for partnering with us for this event. So, I would request Dr. Dilip Kumar Patnaik sir to felicitate representative of FTPO. Now I would like to request Prashant Brahmankar sir to felicitate Mr. Shankar Sarunke sir, representative of Vibrant HR. Now I would like to to request Shekhar Kambe sir to felicitate representative of Fuel. Do we have anyone from Fuel? No worries, we'll make sure that it reaches to you, sir. Please, I would request you to felicitate Mr. Shashi Bhatt from Griffon Academy. Let me request Milind Mutalik sir to felicitate Mr. Gaurav Sharma from Jobiza. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to request our sponsors to be ready because we would love to felicitate you as well. So, I would request Bairam Mutagekar sir to felicitate our event partner, Prep Insta. Now I would request Kamlesh Jagdai sir to felicitate our sponsor, event partner, L&T EduTech. Now I would request Pitambari sir to felicitate Raylin Softtech, our event partner. Now I would request Pitambari sir, can we have you for 2 more minutes? I would request you to felicitate our event partner, Tutorials Point. Dr. Ravi Joshi sir to felicitate Talent Show, our silver sponsor. To thank our silver sponsors, Imperial Overseas Education Consultants and Electronic Study Center also. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude to all of us our industry friends who have stood by us during some of the challenging times. Your unwavering support has been nothing short of remarkable, and we cannot thank you enough. As we were navigating through those uncertain times, it was reassuring to know that we have friends like you who are always there to lend a helping hand. Your acts of kindness and generosity have truly made a difference, and we are deeply appreciative of everything that you have done for us. Also, I'm really happy to see that most of you present here already have the years of association with JSPM like old friends. Once again, from bottom of our hearts, thank you for your unwavering support, and we would love to appreciate our industry partners. So I would request Dr. Dilip Kumar Patnaik sir to felicitate Mr. Rishikesh Dhande sir from TCS. And talking about TCS, it is one of our major recruiters. It has been our partner for many years, and TCS has helped us design curriculum also. Please felicitate Ms. Shilpa Mahajani from Cognizant. Talking about Cognizant, it has been our long-term partner and for internship and also for full-time employment. Mr. Kaustubh Thanawala. Few more minutes. Please felicitate Mr. Kaustubh. you to felicitate Mr. Ujjwal Mane from KPIT. KPIT, it offers highest number of core internships to our students. Sir, I would request Mr. Avinash Talreja from Snyder Electric. Shilpi Mahar ma'am. Sir. Now I would request Sridevi Seera ma'am to felicitate Shilpi Mahar ma'am from Data Excel. I would request Harleen Wazir Sawant ma'am from Force Motors. I'm so sorry. Now I would request Rishabh Khare sir from Forvia. Abhijit Puri. Sir, now I would request you to felicitate Akash Gaikwad sir from Zorient. Abhijit Puri sir. Shubham Tripathi sir. Sir, now I would request you to felicitate Shubham Tripathi sir from Atos. Mandar Deshmukh sir. Sir. Now I would request Bairam Mutagekar sir to felicitate Mandar Deshmukh sir from Indovans. Sachin Sangre sir. Sir, now I would request you to Bairam sir. Can I have you for 2 more minutes? I would request you to felicitate Sachin Sangre sir from Indovans. Praveen Gunda sir. request Pitambari sir to, if I'm not bothering you much, sir, I would like to have you here to felicitate the team from Explio. Varsha ma'am. Sakshi Bawa, Swapnil Chaudhary, Swapnil Chaudhary sir from Diocese, Abhishek Nagarkar, request. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Bairam Mutagekar sir to felicitate Abhishek Nagarkar sir from GK in Aerospace. Chaitali Patikar. Okay. Praneet Vakte sir. Thank you so much, everyone. So, before we move to the next segment, I would request Milind Mutalik sir, would you like to share your thoughts with us, sir?
Good morning, good afternoon. I think, I'm sure all of you, after so many of awards, doesn't want to hear what I have to say. So I'll be very quick. First of all, I would rather say one of the things which I see as a differential here is a lot of gurus are around here. Those who have made a career for many of the professionals who are here. So I think one big round of applause for all the gurus who are here. The second thing only I will say, we talk about disruptions, we talk about various other things. Whenever any of the organization works, they have a focus in one stream, one particular activity. Look at the perspective of the engineering colleges, engineering institutes. They have to serve or they have to cater to the talent for multiple industries. The job is so difficult that you have somebody coming from GE, somebody coming from product company, somebody coming from services company, and everybody's talent needs to be different. Imagining the challenge which they are facing, I feel more and more interactions to see that how best we are able to strengthen our supply chain. I was talking to someone and I said, in a manufacturing, it's always a practice that you go back to your vendors and see that their quality is best. Because finally it's going to come and have it in your product as a byproduct or a part of it. How many of us we do that we go back to the colleges and see that we have a quality folks who look after the quality which we want. We are just leaving it to institutes to look after, and then we say there is an integration required, we need the best talent. I think somewhere we need to list down the activities we need to do more as an industry only than expecting academia to do their best. That's it, I'll stop at it. I'm going to be in the panel to give you 2 or 3 more minutes of a talk. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you, sir, and we are excited to hear at panel discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, wait no more. Brace yourself as we move to the next segment of this event, that is first panel discussion. So, I would request all the dignitaries to make their way down to the VIP sitting. In meantime, my team members would make necessary arrangement. And once again, thanks to all the dignitaries. But before you step down, let's have a group photo.
So sorry for coming in again. So we have two panel discussions lined up, as you would have seen already. We are going to keep it very short, 20 minutes each for every panel discussion. So I want the audience, our friends, to take the maximum benefit of these two panel discussions and take back some kind of knowledge out of it. And then we will have lunch, and after lunch we will be honoring the recruiting partners in the second half immediately after the lunch. So I'll request all those industry partners to wait after the lunch to ensure that you have been honored. So give us that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Chairperson of Centric Learning Edge, that helps engineering students with the industry specific training modules in the core industries such as automobile, manufacturing, and electrical and electronics. We have collaborated with FMC III, Make It Happen, and along with the College of Engineering, Marathwada Mitra Mandal College of Engineering at Pune. I am excited to join everyone at the event Samavaya 2023 along with the college JSPM on 13th of May 2023.
So, hello again. Well, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to this panel discussion on unfolding the current and future challenges from a business perspective. We have assembled a group of experts in the field who will share their insights and engage in a lively conversation. So let's welcome our panel members. Mr. Mohan Patil sir, Senior General Manager at Boss Chassis Systems India. Rashmi Shroff ma'am, Head India HR Operations at HHA Exchange. Mr. Kamlesh Jagdai sir, India Lead University Recruiting and Early Talent Programs at Newtonics. Shweta.
What are we going to do in next 20 minutes is, we are going to have two questions asked to each of the panelists, and they'll give 2 minutes of their time to answer the first question, which is going to be explain in brief the current challenges in the field of your line of business and industry. These are more perspective towards people and business. The second question is going to be, what are the future challenges or changes you see, and what is your plan to mitigate them, get over them? There are two simple questions. This panel has already met earlier, so they know what they are going to do. Here my 2 minutes time starts now. Okay. So first and foremost, I would express my optimism, because today one of the things which is required the most is optimism. And believe it, all of us, those who are in the business, and I see people who are having a lot of experience here, have gone through a lot of turmoils, be it 2008, later, whatever you talk about, we've gone through it. So the first thing is, when faced with the hardships, people always adapt and evolve into a new version of themselves. I think all of us are a new version post the pandemic. Do we realize that? Yes, we adapted, we came out, and we are different. The second part, this is very important, and this is more towards technology. A threat response, when the new technology emerges, seems to be hardwired into people's psyche. So anything new comes as a technology, first of all, threat is the reaction. However, I feel it could be contrary, it could be a biggest advantage. Very recently, Narayana Murthy had said the programming tools had come 20 years back and then human brain is such that they got over them. Okay, we have started talking about it. I feel there is a meaning in it. There are going to be unexpected issues which will come in. If you are not visible, it may impact your growth, your promotion, you being part of the team. The days have gone when we are compulsorily being seated at home. That's the second point. The third point which I see today's challenge is there are changes in the processes and tools for the whole employee life cycle. And adapting to that, making the changes happen is one more important challenge. Thing which you see is there are employees who have never seen your offices for last 2 years. There are employees who are coming or the campus hires or interns, they have not seen your offices. There are tenured employees who are working in a different way, they had a different groups, and there are various generations who are working at your workplace, their needs are different. So these are the current challenges. Coming to the future challenges, a quick one. I hope I'm in time. Just keep a time for me. As a moderator, I'll keep a time for you. Okay. As a future, first let's talk about global economic situation. Again, not a big talks or anything, but KPMG says in their April report, the highlights are, it looks like inflation and the supply chain is returning to normal. However, things are not over for us because there are geopolitical instability. What I talk is something about the war and other aspects. And one of the major aspects which all of us are feeling is a climate change. It is hitting our own doors and we are able to understand it better. Most recently, UK and USA, China and India is going to be giving 50% of the contribution of a world's growth. So we are in a right path. However, today's, Times of India, if you open up third page, the RBI governor says that the, growth percentage given by the global authority is wrong. We are going to be 6.5% and what they are saying is 5%. Okay. Look at the optimism we are displaying. Also on the same page it says MSMEs are going to hire the most, and Prashant has said, don't look at salary. Don't look at the big names, because I'm sure, no offense meant, I don't see many of TCS, Cognizant, Infosys coming in future. They're going to be a mid-sized organizations and the business models are going to be different. There'll be more innovation companies with lesser manpower, and that being the reason when you are even felicitating the companies, I could see the number is very high. Okay, so that's a future perspective I would say. So optimism is something which I'm looking at. The future people problem, if I have to quickly talk about, is obviously settling in the model of bringing people back to office or hybrid model, whatever you call it. The very important other aspect is going to be every business is trying to go through one important aspect, or as everyone in their articles called as 4 R's: reimagine, reset, review, and restart on various aspects, be it onboarding, be it campus hiring, be it even the performance appraisal, or be it succession planning. The work related aspects, 3 important dimensions. Work, you'd find the pressure on leaders, managers to see that how do I communicate, how do I build the team. The second, addressing the mental fitness, overall well-being. I've recently picked up this word, mental fitness. Simon Sinek has said, don't call it mental wellness, call it fitness, where you're able to measure that I'm starting my fitness journey now. Okay. For the workplace, more towards DEIB is something which has been a journey by everyone, and I think we need to look at that very seriously. Data privacy has become one of the very important topic everywhere. I think again, looking back, the institutes needs to look at how do they teach this particular aspect of data privacy into their curriculum. The last one about the workforce. Okay, challenge of hybrid learning and development. Part of the people will be working remotely, how do you, or people will not, you'll have to have microbytes of learning or so on and so forth. Skill based hiring, that's being already notified. My perspective is this: there needs to be a skill, but there needs to be a degree, because if you have a base and top of the skill, you're going to be absolutely better. How many of us eat only vanilla ice cream? Less of us. We would like a top up on that. So that's how I look at skill plus potential is something which is important. Okay. Gen Z and the rest of the gens, the needs are different. Bending forward, looking at them, listening to them is going to be important. And tech-based hiring, at the different levels would be practiced to get over, be it AI, be it other tools, to get over the biases in hiring. I think that's it from my side. Now, the first question which I have, okay, explain in brief the current challenges faced in your line of business and industry. Kamlesh, you can start with.
Hello. Yeah, first of all, thanks for having us here. So I think so. I represent an IT product company called Nutanix, and I lead the campus hiring. So one of the predominant and the primary challenge, as a part of this role, which we have been facing, and recently it's becoming more, is that when it comes to attracting a Gen Z guys, it's still okay, and the competition is still doable, and we're still able to do that. The bigger problem and challenge which we are facing nowadays is to engage and retain them for a longer period of time with the organizations, because earlier that used to be the case because of the obvious reason that the needs of the generations were different, and there used to be this thing called job security earlier. Nowadays this Gen Z is not even worried about that. They have their own aspirations and things to achieve. So that's a very, very bigger challenge for us. The average tenure of these freshers when they join an industry is something becoming very, very lesser nowadays. We see a lot of people, in case we are not engaging them rightly, in right manner, I think they leave us very, very in a short span of time, within a year also. So that's one thing which I really, really wanted to address. Second challenge which I see, I think it's a very hot topic nowadays, the diversity thing one. And as a part of recruitment team, I think it's becoming a very, very pivotal thing for all of us. The targets are given, you need to achieve that, and I think there is a limited pull in market when it comes to we addressing this diversity. And in a country like ours, the diversity is predominantly mean the women population to be hired. So I think there is a limited pool, and that's where we are facing a bigger challenge. And one more additional aspect to look at is, I think majority of the companies in in market are not even looking at beyond recruiting the diversity aspect. I think there needs to be a culture needs to be developed as a companies, which will by default attract some women applicants, and they'll probably be with you for a longer period of time, and that will probably help the entire ecosystem. But yeah, these are a couple of challenges which I wanted to really address at the beginning of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Milind. I actually came prepared with what to talk. Milind sort of covered it in his intro, with the speech itself. But my name is Shradhamri. I'm working with iCertis. It's a product-based company working in the contract management space. So one of the challenge, there are a couple of challenges we face. One is the digital transformation. Our company is focused, we have a contract management tool which is focused on contract intelligence. So all the disruptions that we talk about is taking place in our company, whether it's AI or any new age technologies. The second is the talent management, whether it's hybrid environment, whether it's DEI, the social collaboration that we expect, because we are in a hybrid environment. That's a major challenge we face. How do we get everybody integrated into the company? The third is the change in the mindset of the customers, pre and post COVID era. And there are others that are like ESG, the economic changes that are happening across the globe. So these are a couple of changes, the challenges that we are facing in the company. We are spread across the globe. So anything that happens anywhere in the world affects us. So these are the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Patil sir.
Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Mohan. I am from Bosch Limited. I think everybody spoke about there is no things left for me what I should be telling here. But we are the same Kamlesh facing the same challenges like you both are facing. Talent is retention is a key challenge for us. And I just got a clue from Sridevi ma'am that you said think digital, think India, and that's become problem for us. Because industry 4.0 in Bosch we started very early, 2012. Very early, we are the pioneer into industry 4.0, and then we develop for talents all employees, including blue collar workforce, about digital mind change transformation. Initially when started in 15, that time our score was around 10 to 12, even including me, and then slowly with the journey we reach up to 94 is our now scope for digitalization. And that's become problem because, people don't think for India. They think only for Germany and outside India. Even if I give a chance for them to, go to Bangalore or go to Nasik, Jaipur, they will say, no, I don't want to go. But if you get a chance to go to Germany or US, the first they say, I want to go to there. So we have a career aspiration tool, which we say is CDD, Career Development Discussion, where every employee get chance to voice themselves where you want to see in next 2 years, 5 years, and 10 years time. So almost everyone said, I want to go to outside country. It's good that we have a talent portal. People can be apply on them, and we are very happy that talents written into Bosch only. But I am losing talent in India. Okay, more than that, talent is one part. But what we are facing challenges here that we have old company like 50, 100 years old company in India, and my leadership team is going to retire in next 5 years time. Almost my more than 80% team. So we currently facing that who will be handle our business. So succession planning has become a key challenge for us. We thought, we focus for this, but we are not focused much more. What we expected, the aspiration of, what Kamlesh said, young people wanted to go outside is very, very high. So currently we are facing that talent for leadership talent, and which focus for this. Second thing, when we hire the youngsters, the biggest focus for them, they don't think for long term. They think very for the short term, and they want to leave company. They want to build Rome within a one night. They don't want to wait for a decades. So that's become a challenge for this. And what Mr. Patnaik said, that's absolutely correct. Attitude, skill, and knowledge. They have a skill, they have knowledge, but attitude is really a big challenge. If you ask any managers, ask any question to the young workforce that tomorrow we have a customers, please come to work, don't work from home. So immediately they react very badly, and that not only badly but simply next day if you ask them, they come with paper. Okay, and that's become challenge for this. We are working on this topic, but we also introspect ourselves that leadership team also made some blunders. Okay, we accept, all leaders we accept. We said we need to focus for this, and then we work with a great place to work, study that employees. Initially our score was around 60. We say Bosch, we are a great company, engineering company, but no, the people has given a very badly score for us, and then last years we work a lot. Now situation is, I will say good, not better, but we need to go better for this. So that is a challenge for us.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. What do you rate?
Thank you so much. My name is Rashmi. I work with HH Exchange. This is IT product company. So I'll talk about my industry, what we are facing challenges, few challenges already being discussed here. And one challenge which we think that is work from home after COVID. We are facing this challenge, although I believe there are many benefits of this work culture, this new era, but then there are many challenges which is associated with this work from home culture. The few challenges I would like to highlight here, that is, lack of team coordination. There's nowadays people are, there's no team connect because you are talking to your peer colleagues virtually. So you can't connect with them emotionally. You're just talking to them. You're just having a conversation to get the work done and finish it on time. That's the kind of era has been generated after COVID. That's what we are experiencing. So loss of team connect is not healthy for upcoming future. So we need to come up with this. The second would be isolation. What we are believing, we are seeing that people are actually completely isolated. They're working with their colleagues, but it's like they're just working. They do not have a social life. It's completely, they are disengaged. I mean, they are not engaged at all with their social relatives, other friends or something. They are already working all the time. And plus, there is a lack of, business communication, effective business communication. I would say that is they're using the chat system or email system. But then when you go to office, when you talk to your other colleagues, many other things, you don't have to take appointment if you want to reach up to your colleagues, your managers, and you want to get some suggestions. So you don't have to take appointments for small discussions. But if you're working from home, you have to take appointments, you have to schedule calendars, which is, which takes time. Plus, your small or single problem has to wait long to get resolved. So that's what something we are actually dealing with nowadays. So yeah, we'll
Thank
look
you.
forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me quickly summarize for all four of them what they have said. One very important thing, loyalty, retention, 1 year. My question always is, who is this generation? Our next generation. We need to look at ourselves first. How did we bring up the generation? Then comes in diversity is the only responsibility of a recruitment team. Not necessary. There are, and the diversity means only gender diversity. We need to look at differently abled or some other focuses also. Coming to the next point, technology disruption is something which is critical when it comes to ICTs. Customer confidence, ESG are the points which are important. All the organizations which are having a multinational presence, they are definitely being hugely focused onto ESG. Coming to Bosch, talent retention, common problem, be it any of the industry. Talent and really having the talent for a long term is an issue. Though Industry 4.0, if you train the people, you are making the pipeline for somebody else. So Germany and other countries benefit out of Bosch training over here. Okay. Though 100 years old company, one of the important topic which they have talked about is succession planning, and every company which is big in size and being existing for a long time is going to have this issue for sure. Because when we consider somebody as a leader, we don't really choose the successor. We as Indians, we have a different kind of a thought process. Okay. So I think that's a change which is required even in a mindset. Work from home, as Rashmi pointed out, has a benefit. However, today when there is no compulsion, there are definitely pitfalls of social aspects, emotional aspects, as well as not being part of the team and losing out on various aspects. Coming to the second question, what are the challenges you feel you're going to face, because we see a lot of uncertainty around us, be it economic uncertainty, as we said that many of our IT services businesses are depending on Western world, and how do we really cope up with that? Though India, the scenario is different. How do you want to respond to that? What are the challenges you see, and what is your plan to mitigate them?
Okay, so I think I had this point on mind, which was succession planning. I think identifying the future leaders is going to be a bigger problem in coming time, is what I personally feel, because of the obvious reason that the average tenure of the employees nowadays with any company is reducing than what it was in past. So I think for any company, somebody who is going to be your next leader, or identifying the person, is going to be a bigger challenge. How we are trying to address that, or overcome that in coming time, is there are few steps which you have started taking. At least identifying or pre-identifying that talent who is probably going to be your the successors in the system, giving them the training and the exposure which probably is wanted at the right point in time, allowing them to be exposed to the cross-functional teams, in fact cross-functional countries at times, which probably will increase their horizon, and they can us. That's one thing. Secondly, I think need of an hour, and the bigger problem which is going to be in coming time, is the change management for any organization. I'm addressing it as a very, very basic level, but I think adapting to the change is not something which is very easy for any company. While COVID had taught us that things are doable, we can still adapt to the new modes and all. But I think when it comes to adapting and implementing a change as an organization, when it comes to we as leaders, I think it's very, very critical thing. And how we are moving in that direction is, at times we have started even identifying a change champions. That is what we call it as. So I think there is a change management team, or committee kind of a thing, which is to be identified, so that when it comes to implementing anything new as a part of your ecosystem, or even anything which is maybe part of your policy or something which is a bigger change, I think this team, which we call it as a change management team, I think that plays a role, and that will take a responsibility to implement that change in the organization. They create some positivity around that thing, so that people will perceive it in a good way. Then they are so persistent about the fact that yes, they'll talk all about it, and it will be easy for organization to implement that change, and how things are perceived over there. And of course the communication will be taken care on a right time, right aspects. The benefits of the entire change and ecosystem will be communicated, and that's how the entire engagement will happen. I think that's what we are thinking in that direction. But I think change management is going to be a big future bigger problem.
Thank you. Yes.
So what we are right now going through a transformation program in the company, which is focused on making sure everybody feels part of the company. It's basically creating an owner mindset so that there's more innovation that happens. The second part that we are focused on is customer centricity or customer compassion to that extent, because it's not just being focused on customers, it's also feeling the pain that they go through. The third thing that we are doing is building the next generation, right? Whether it's through succession planning or hiring. So that's building our next generation. The fourth is the value system. We're very heavily ingrained in the value system, which we call FORTE. That's fairness, openness, respect, teamwork, and execution. So the value. So we've spoken about us. We also look at the values, at the culture. Where do they fit into iCertis, irrespective of how technically capable they are. So these are the things that we are focused on. And the last thing is we are trying to simplify. So as we started off in 2009. So it's been around 14 years. As we started growing, we started complicating the processes. So now we're trying to make sure that the processes are simplified. So these are the 5 initiatives that we are working on in the company to ensure that, we are anyways in the league, but we want to make sure go ahead of the competition. So those are the things that
Thank
we are
you.
doing.
We have next 3 minutes, 1.5 minutes for each one of you.
Sorry,
I
didn't
got
do
the
that
notice, so
time.
I'm passing on the message anyway, yeah?
Okay, I will give a very quick answer to you. HR role has been changed, colleagues. It's not like a hiring or training or job. HR is more business partner role into organization because CEO sitting here, the expectation that HR must be contribute for the business success. So my business, I am currently facing challenges. We are into automobile company. Current challenge for me, the Ukraine-Russia war, which is my parent company Germany, and that my 30% cost has been increased. That is one. Second, semiconductor crisis globally. So that also hit the, my personal cost, my product cost. And third is, of course, technology disruption always there with this. Me as a HR, what's the biggest challenge for us that, how we can we bring technology in India. So we come with the approach that one mobility solution company, and we said new braking system for Indian operations. And for that, it's not easy because you're bringing technology from US, Germany to India, and that we need to train lots of people into coming 3 years times. So my entire workforce is going to completely change. So changing their mindset, culture change, starting from blue collar, because we have around 10,000 blue collar workforce in India. So changing them into into a 2 years time is not easy. Because what Mr. Brahmankar said, technology cannot wait for you. It is on your in your bedroom. So you have to change immediately with this. So that will be a big challenge for me. How can we train such a workforce in short span of time? And then then how will be talent to be retained for future? So these are the current key challenge for me. One more important million, because this is very important, that what HR can we play role for this? So now HR can be play role when you personal cost, how can we enhance the personal capabilities, or you can say efficiency can be improved. That can be brought down the personal cost, which is a very high currently into my company. If you reduce by 5%, I think it can be a good breakthrough from HR colleagues for the business. So this is my stake here.
Thank you. Rashmi, over to you.
Do I have 1.5 minutes?
Start.
Thank you. All right. So future challenges, the challenge I explained about work from home culture. I see that there is a lot of pressure, anxiety, and stress building up in employees because they are working in isolation mode. They're not talking. There's no team connect, as I already explained things. So because of that, I see in upcoming future we may see or come across many mental health issues. So to resolve this kind of particular work culture, we already had taken initiative by introducing hybrid work policy in our company. We invited people to come office for 1 week and on the company expenses, stay there, meet their colleagues. We even changed the pattern of work culture, like while they're in office, they have to build up. They have to focus on team connect, build up connections with their new colleagues, which they have already met through Teams or emails, but never personally. So that's what we have already taken, and in future we are actually thinking to start at least 2 days in a week work policy, something like that. So those are kind of solutions
Thank
we are
you.
looking
Thank you
for.
so much,
Thank
Rashmi,
you.
for wrapping it up. Okay, my wrap up, next 30 seconds. Number one, the challenge is obviously identifying the future leader. I don't know whether that's going to be happening. We are very optimistic. Will the gig work kick in here? We need to think through. Team collaborations, very important aspect which all of us need to look at. Okay, and the change agents. So change management is something which has been, point from Kamlesh. Transformation program, and I think that's something which every industry can look at. Focusing on the customer, understanding customer pain is something very critical. I think it's going a step ahead. Next gen working, again I'm saying next generation should stay with you because the others have commented that they may be slippery folks. And one of the very important point which has been said is simplifying the processes, which is the most complicated aspects according to me. Okay, coming to Mohan sir's points, yes, aspects which are happening globally is impacting them directly when it comes to their own supply chain and the manufacturing process. However, one of the very important point which is highlighted, HR cost or HR human resources value addition versus the cost. I know everyone is scaring us with AI coming in, lot of admin and HR jobs will go away. Again, I would say we'll have to wait and see. Okay, coming to obviously mental fitness, mental wellness, how do we really modulate that? And that's going to be a challenge for everyone. How do we bring back people and make the sustainable long-term organization? I think that's it from this panel. Thank you so much for the patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude to our esteemed panelists for sharing their expertise and valuable insights with us. Basically, you have covered this topic from all the aspects, be it from Gen Z or experience point of view. Not only you address the challenges in your respective fields, but also manage to suggest new age solutions. So thank you so much for that. And now I would request you all to head down to the VIP section. And ladies and gentlemen, please be seated because we are immediately starting with the second panel discussion. And post 20 minutes, we all head for lunch. And I have one more special request. All the industry experts and partners who have yet to receive the felicitation, please come here post lunch because we would like to appreciate each and every of our partners. So without delaying much, let's move to the second panel discussion on leveraging on new educational policies from academia and industry. As important is this topic in today's world as our panelists that are thorough with the subject matter. So we have brought your experts from both the worlds. So please give a big round of applause to welcome panel members Dr. Sandeep Meshram Sir, Dean STM, COEP Technical University, Sridevi Seera Ma'am, Head Academia, SSC NASCOM, Mr. Rajendra Raut Sir, VP Talent Acquisition, Jet Global, and this panel is to be moderated by Mr. Bairam Mutagekar Sir, VP HR at BNY Mellon and Mentor at HRIA.
All right, I think we are running short of time, and good to note that we are not taking break also. We want to ensure that our productivity goes by 5 minutes. All right, so this I think topic which is jotted is pretty interesting, and I am sure that some of us, including me, I was not aware about the long form of NEP, though I heard about it earlier, but I didn't had a clue about the exact long form. And I'm not sure whatever it is written also, though I worked in some of the testing companies before, that's the reason I may be talking about it, but it's, I think, national education policies, not the new education policy. Policy probably subject written here, it goes still, that's okay. It's a new education policy, but it's National Education Policy 2.0. All right. So from that perspective, I think it is very interesting, and I'm sure some of you from academics, you may be aware about the national education policy, but some of my colleagues from the industry, for them, this may be the new syllabus, okay? And will have some learning through some esteemed panelists here, and anyways, you got their introduction, etc. So what I would like to do with immediate effect is that I would like to request Meshram sir, because he comes from the academia, work very extensively in the education sector with COEP, and I would like to ask him to just throw some light about this overall topic itself, so that other people from the industry, it will be easy for them to correlate, and what is there from industry perspective, it will be easy to understand. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Hello. Thank you, and very good afternoon to all of you. As sir has said, this has been the buzzword for some time. Every academia now attending any fora are talking of the national education policy. Just to give you a brief, this has been a very revolution step on the part of our government, and the education policy was on anvil. But now after 34 years, we got a committee headed by none other than the former chairman of ISRO, Dr. Kasturi Rangan. So there is where the buzz lies. The new education policy is not made by an educationist. It is made by a person who can see what exactly is the, what you can say, buzzword in education today and what lies beneath also. When we were discussing on the theme, and when we came up with leveraging something from the new education policy, it was a two-way approach. We all panelists met, and we thought, what is the takeaway for industry, number one, and what industry can contribute in the new education policy. I think we zeroed down on these two things. The first and foremost important thing in this new education policy is what Madam Sridevi is talking about: Think India, Think Digital. Digitization of education. There lies the catch in new education policy for the industry. Everyone is talking of digitization. How can industry come in the academic complexes or in academic institutes and support this initiative? That is first. And second, we from academia, how well? For example, I will just quote with the permission of moderator, sir, the example wherein we as a academician want our institutes to have a good SAP, where we want to have a good MIS system. This is, from my view, being in academia for last 20 years, the buzzword of digitization. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that opening remark. I'm sure this national education policy is coming almost after 34 years. And I know to bridge this industry academic gap, we keep talking for ages, but some of these initiatives which has been taken from Government of India, let's welcome them. And I request Sridevi to just comment what is there for industry in this national education policy, and what are your thoughts how probably industry can collaborate? And it may possible that some of the people from industry may not be included from the scratch. There may be some expert may be included, but now knowing that we are going to implement it, how industry can partner, and what are your takeaways on it?
Thanks so much. I'll start away with what is the purpose of education? What are we trying to create in the ecosystem? We are trying to create a generation for tomorrow. What is the next generation looking for? Are they looking for things that we were looking for some years back? Probably the answer is an emphatic no. What they are looking for is something where they can get their hands on from the day one itself, and that's what is facilitated by national education policy. The policy very clearly calls out multidisciplinary skill set. Now, for many, many years, we've been, tailor made our education system in such a way that you belong to a legal stream of learning, so you learn about law. You are an engineer, so you keep learning about engineering. What are they going to do after learning engineering? They're expected to create business out of that. If they do not know the fundamentals of business, how are they going to do it? And that's the major thing, the primary concern that the education policy is trying to address. The second and a very important thing is looking at, the earlier panel was also talking about the kind of challenges that the industry is having today. Now, where is the solution for it? The challenges are plenty, and there needs to be a solutioning that needs to be done, and that cannot happen after they have stepped out of the college. It is something which needs to be within the academic framework itself, and that's what is majorly felicitated, and the education policies provisioning all of this. There is industry academia collaboration which has been talked for years and years together. Most of the often when I interact with academia, they say, okay, industry is coming forward, but it's not enough. The industry says the academia is open up, but it is not enough. Where exactly is this enough going to end us up? That's where the collaborative efforts such as this is going to be more meaningful for us. Now, the kind of curriculum changes which this education policy is making way for is the industry can co-create the content for the academic framework. There are multiple examples where the project-based learning, which is the final semester of an engineering student and also the normal degree students, I will say, the experiential project-based learning has become an integral part for them. And that's where the entire success lies. You talk to any industry expert, what is your major challenge? You ask anybody to write a code, they're excellent. Okay. You ask them something about domain, probably they're stuck. You ask them to create a business case out of it, probably they're stuck. And why are they stuck? Because we've never taught them. And who is going to teach them? And I will not even use this teach word because I need to be correcting myself when I say teach. Today, the job of a teacher is totally changed. Okay, they are more of facilitators rather than teachers. You just need to create an ecosystem for them to learn and allow, and I'll go back to the point that I made in the morning, curiosity. Allow their curiosity to bud. And you just need to facilitate what needs to be done and put a perspective for it. And that's where I'll just go back to one last point. It's very important for everybody, including the faculty, to upskill and reskill themselves. And that's what education policy is actually talking about. And if you look at the latest, 2 days back, the National Higher Education Qualification Framework has been released. You just go through that. It is talking enormously about standardization of education and how the industry needs to co-create the content. Over to you.
Awesome. I think that's very interesting, the steps you clarified. Thank you so much for it. So, if you see, if you overall talk about the talent which is there in India, it is very much appreciated. It is not like just availability of the talent, but at the same time, the expertise which, Indian market is carrying at the global level. So, no doubt, whatever we are doing, it's absolutely fabulous. But through this new approach, I'm sure we are going to do wonders. I would like to ask Rajendra Raut about, when it comes to people, you are keep hiring a lot of people in your career. What are your observation and what are the expectations from any recruiter? And how probably while implementing this NEP, how probably each institute they can take care of some of this stuff so that they can go beyond the policies and meet the expectation from the industry aspects.
So let me go back to my 2003-2004, when we used to hire
people from the institute. We used to go at 8th semester, the last semester. After that, that market has gone up, so there was a talent war, and we started going in a 5th semester, immediately after second year, because we wanted to grab the right talent. We used to hire 6,000, 7,000 people that point of time, and we wanted to train them on the skill what we are actually currently working on, or the skills we are working on. I think the new policy is going, beyond that, and what it's saying, you can choose your specialization at a standard. The person with maybe 8-9 years student will do a coding. There will be a easy exit, easy entry. There will be a dual specialization, like someone who is working with a mech or a electric and also can have a secondary specialization as a computer science. Only challenge as a recruiter, what I see, how industry or I as a recruiter will accept it. I mean, everyone, all these recruiters who are sitting here, go back to a year before, we used to hire a student at any cost. 12 lakh, 15 lakh, 20 lakh, we have given any salary. Cut next year, current situation, are we giving them joining? No. Am I right? There is a company who offered 7 lakh rupees, they are asking, in a bulk they offered. They are asking student to join on 3.5. 50% lower. So how this new, I mean, I am a recruiter at the end of the day, I am not an expert academician, I don't understand. But whenever I see there is a demand, we just go to institute, boss 0 rate chahiye. Santosh sir ke piche pado, Pitambari sir. I mean, he helped us in Sintel hiring. I know, lot of pool campuses, 4,000, 5,000 students used to, we used to conduct that. But our demand start from there. So I think, what I as an industry expect, how does this actually help me in, getting this right talent, right skill, technologies? Because whatever we say, at the end of the day, when Kamlesh will go, I go, Downit go, he go, we look for a person ki certification kya hai, Java mein kiya hai, Salesforce mein kiya hai, But how many companies hiring Salesforce? Maybe 20%. How about 80%? So what is that? Is that policy so extensive that it will help to cater to different need of the demand? I was working for a BPM on one point of time. Ma'am knows she has developed a QPs. NASCOM has developed QPs. QPs is qualification pack for AR, AP, GL. These are all subjects. But is there any course in any college, any university which will give a ready talent for the BPM? No. And that's the reason, NASCOM came forward. They said, let me develop a 3-4 QPs. If they train, we can directly hire. At least BPM can hire. So I think these are the things I expect, should be the part of that new policy.
I didn't do anything. Oh, which earlier panel took. Okay, no problem. So I think we are cautious on time aspect. You can reduce the volume little bit. That will be better. Okay, thank you. So I think I just want to ask Sridevi another question from NASCOM perspective. When it comes to industry ready people, that is always the expectation which we have. However, even if you keep the industry ready people, the industry which going through this turbulence, okay, how the academic perspective they should take care of some of these steps from the including this national education policy. What are the things they should take care while building this talent at college level so that they can be readily deployable irrespective of market goes up and downs or technology changes? What are the expectations from the industry perspective and NASCOM perspective?
Thank you so much. I think I'll split this into two parts. The first part is the war for talent is for real and it is not going to go away. Let me also say we are all in an era of no normal. There's nothing which is going to be normal in times to come. Times are going to be like this, and it's only sensibility of ours how quickly we will be able to adapt to this change which is there in the ecosystem. Now, coming back to what is it that the academia should do in spite of this volatile environment which is there. One is
When the industry is ready to hire, you cannot start teaching or scaling an individual. The skill needs to happen first, and the employment opportunities will mature at a later time. Now, if somebody is feeling that I skill people, but if the opportunity is not there today, they will get redundant. The simple answer for that is probably yes, if you do not teach them to constantly upskill themselves. There is nothing in this world which is going to stay K forever. Obviously, we should definitely do two, three things. One is standardize the qualification or standardize the kind of learning that is being provided to the student. Do not make the mistake of training a learner or a student for a particular company or a particular technology. Give them an ecosystem to learn the technology and its various implementation or scope for applying the technology. That's the number one thing. The second thing is, while we teach them to skill themselves, we should also ensure that they do a lot of hands-on demonstration of their skills. Platforms like GitHub and most of the hackathons which keep happening are the place where we should encourage our students to go forward and demonstrate it. What happens when they demonstrate? There are multiple organizations which are actually seeing how is the skill being demonstrated. Skill cannot be demonstrated through a certificate. A certificate only demonstrate what are you qualified for. We are not here to churn out a qualified graduate out of an education system. We are here to churn out something which is going to make them livable, workable, and relatable to the industry. That's the 3-point agenda that we all should carry with us. I know what I'm saying is something which is slightly different from normally what we hear, but as I said, we are in a no normal situation. So obviously we are expected to do some things which are very, very different. And another thing is we should encourage our students, as I go back to that multidisciplinary skill sets, and encourage our faculty to upskill themselves, because today a student is 10 times ahead. With due respect to all the teachers over here, I have nothing against them, but I'm saying today a student is 10 times ahead of us. The kind of questions, the kind of thought process that the student is having, if you are not able to channelize it in an appropriate manner, probably you are doing a disservice to your own self and also to the future of the country. So that's the second thing. And last and a very, very important thing is we should look at how are we framing our syllabus? How are we looking at our curriculum? Because as since morning also we heard a couple of times, your curriculum cannot be so quickly changing. So you should provision, and we should also tell our students, don't limit yourself to what is being put in the curricula. They need to do beyond what is there in the curricula, and for doing that beyond curricula, I will definitely say there is not going to be a 25th hour that will be created by God or us. A student needs to manage their time appropriately in that given time and get relatively employable for the industry, because when industry is looking, they have a project which has already come into their hand and they need a deployable resource. Gone are those days where they will wait for making a resource billable at a later point in time. We need billable resources from the day one.
Awesome.
Over to you.
Yeah, I think this is very, very important takeaways for the academician and some other placement officer. This expectation will definitely help you to get the right people. I'll quickly move to Meshram sir, and because of time constraint, this could be the last question. Uh, I just want to understand from you, while implementing this policy, what are the things which you are looking from industry? How we should partner with you so that we can make it really successful. At the same time, we can take it to next level in terms of overall quality of the education.
Yes, as rightly pointed out by Sridevi ma'am, everything what she spoke is taken care of in the new education policy. By the way, there is something called as academic bank of credit, which you were saying. So there we can take care of a student going. There are multiple entry, multiple exit. I will not talk in detail, but to answer specifically your question, industry are welcome more than it had never been to the campuses. They can come run a course, they can run a elective, they can even float a subject of their choice, which can be given credit. So this flexibility is given there in the new national education policy. That is why we say it is more holistic. When we talk of the multidisciplinary approach, you can think of anything out of box which you want to implement it in the campus and with the variety. She just now touched a 25th hour. Yes, it is very much possible. You can now, under the new education policy, if you look and go back to the Indian knowledge system, everything now has been kept in place.
Yeah.
Right. Just to quickly add, there is a platform which has been created by Government of India, which is called as Future Skills Prime. And this is basically a holistic approach of curating the entire industry content and putting it in NSQF framework or a perspective and made available for self-learning for the students. I would just like to tell you there are about 1.3 million students who are available on this platform. I would urge you to go back and see how many of your students are part of that 1.3 million network that I'm talking about. Ask them to go get trained, get certified, because industry looks at those kind of resources again. So that's the thing that I would like to urge.
It's done by NASCOM.
It's a joint initiative of MITI, which is Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and NASCOM. And when I say NASCOM, we are a representation of every industry which is present over here or not present over here. Whoever is doing IT related or ITES related business, they're all our fraternity. On behalf of all of them, I would like to say, please ensure that you go back and look at this platform, get your students and your faculty skilled and certified by that. That's what the industry is looking for. We are very, very hungry for these talented resources to be available in the country.
Awesome. I think it's an amazing discussion. I would like to just conclude that, please leverage the industry, and we represent various forum. I represent our HR Infotech forum, Enlight, HR Enlight, NASCOM. We have multiple forums anyways, and it's an opportunity to partner and ensure that this program is more successful and we can really get the golden era in this education sector and keep rocking at really at world level. Thank you so much, esteemed panelists. It was great interacting with you. I think we may have gone little ahead than expected time, but it was lovely interacting with all of you. We are not extending it for any questions, etc., for a limited time. But thank you so much, and back to the host.
Thank you so much, everyone. It was great hearing both sides of the coin from both academia and industry perspective. Your thought-provoking answers have made this panel discussion a success. So thank you so much to the whole panel. Now, before we head for lunch, I would like to take your moment again to thank all our partners. It is again your due to support. Due to your support, we could organize this event. So I would like to thank our title sponsors, C-Centric Learning Age Private Limited, our event partner, Prepinsta, L&T Edutech, Reliance Softech, and Tutorials Point. And simultaneously, I would request each and everyone to come on stage so we can take a group photo. Please, everybody, please come on stage. So I would like to thank our silver sponsors, Fuel, Shaw Ether, Bytexel, Talentio, Imperial Overseas Education Consultants, Electronic Study Center, our knowledge partner, NASCOM, DT, ACM Chapter, ISHRE, IMTMA, ISME, our outreach partners, Vibrant HR, HRIA, HR Enlight, Griffon, special partner, FTPO, and overseas partner, KMITL Thailand, University Technology Petronas Malaysia, YZE Taiwan. Also, I have a special request, everyone. Please gather back here post lunch, as we would love to appreciate our industry friends with small token of appreciation. Mr. Sachin from NASCOM, please come on stage. I would request everyone to please accommodate yourself for the photo. Dear photographers, I hope everyone is visible.
for the students. I would just like to tell you there are about 1.3 million students who are available on this platform.
And simultaneously, I would request each and everyone to come on stage so we can take a group photo. I would request everyone to please accommodate yourself for the photo. Sandhya Jahagedar from Halton Tools Private Limited. Considering the number of class we are getting, I think you haven't had lunch properly. Thank you. Now I request our principal from BSIOTR to felicitate Madhura Shinde from Helical Technology. Ganesh Soni from Hexagon. Ms. Chaitali Budavan. Ms. Chaitali Budhavan from Housing. Noor Bremse. Mr. Indrajit Patange. Mr. Amol Deshpande from Lumira DX. Okay. Indrajit Patange from Noor Bremse. Mr. Amol Deshpande from Lumira DX. Mr. Karthik Shetty. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Hinje sir from Nare campus to felicitate Mr. Karthik Shetty from Mercedes. Ms. Shivani Bhosne. Ms. Shivani Bhosne from Mobilet Technologies Limited. Ms. Sheetal Joshi. Ms. Sheetal Joshi from Nike Navre Developers Private Limited. Mr. Anand Dhruv, are you here? Yes, done. Mr. Vishal Kumar from RNS Technologies. Miss Meena Paul. Miss Meena Paul from RSB Transmissions Limited. Miss Supriya Khage. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Dr. Chaudhary sir from Nare campus. Miss Supriya Ghadge from T Logos Automation Private Limited. Mr. Niloy Bakshi from Vodafone. Mr. Pranav Kavade from AK Engineering Solutions. Ms. Neha Saxena. Ms. Neha Saxena from Crave Infotech. Mr. Aditya Ranade. Ms. Archana Gawane from Security Shields Infotech Private Limited. Mr. Aditya Yadav. Mr. Aditya Yadav from Cellcraft Global Solutions. Mr. Suraj Pansare. Mr. Suraj Pansare from Spark Engineers. Mr. Girish Kanitkar. Mr. Girish Kanitkar from Medlink. Do we have Ms. Megha Guzar from Achal Industries? Malang Suryavamshi from Adani Electricity. Akshita Kanade from Alton India. Sushant Jagdare from Amazon. Vaibhav Ingre from ANSYS. Sorry for the delay. Mr. Om Tambe, Mr. Ravi Rai, Mr. Rahul Rane, Ms. Sonam Nema, Ms. Nayan Umate, Muskan Khandelwal, Sadia Patki, Kapil Agrawal, Pranav Kumar, Kapil Agrawal. Mr. Kapil Agrawal from Daniel Associates. Mr. Pranav Kumar, Priyavardhan N, Girish Parashar, Danish Naseem, Preetam Dhage, Mr. Danish Naseem from Evidence. Preetam Dhage, Sachin Dhawale, Mr. Sachin Dhawale from Exleo Group India, Mr. Rishabh Khare, Sandeep Sohel, Swapni Tillande, Amy Bhatt, Rajesh Chandan Shive. Okay. I request Mr. Swapnil to collect it for Mr. Rajesh Chandan Shive from Fujitsu. Mr. Dheeraj Savde, Anuja Wankhede, Omkar Lokhande, Ms. Anuja Wankhede from GNS Engineering India Private Limited, Pune. Mr. Praveen Gudu, Ms. Vinita Patil, Mr. Praveen Gudu from Halton Tools Private Limited. Sorry for the delay in logistics. Ms. Vinita Patil from Halton Tools Private Limited. Ashwin Muthal sir. Meghalina Datta. Abhijit Parlikar. Sandeep Magdo. Kiran Shinde. Mr. Kiran Shinde. Mr. Hari Prasad. Jaspreet Walia. Vishal Pandit. Mr. Gopal Bhavne. Mr. Vijay Patil. Mr. Abhay Kulkarni. Prachi Tamgade. Mr. Abhay Kulkarni from PMT Machines Private Limited. Ramchandra Panharkar. Mr. Abhishek Akhauri. Mr. Deepak Soni. Ms. Mrinalini Pote. Mr. Umesh Chavan. Mr. Ulyash Qureshi. Mr. Rohit Ambekar. Ms. Aishwarya Kulkarni. Sachin Palaspagar. Amol Nitave. Jitendra Parikh. Mr. Jitendra Parikh, Akar Foundry Private Limited. Mr. Akshay Nahar. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Dr. SP Rao Bode sir to felicitate few of our industry partners. Mr. Praveen Wakode, Ms. Ruhi Kapoor, Ms. Amrita Sawant, Ms. Saili Patil, Mr. Nikhil Mansalwar, Mr. Prashant Inganwade, Mr. Rajiv Mude, Miss Sonal Dhage, Ms. Sonal Dhage from Magic Software. Mr. Shrikant K, Mr. Prashad Narayan, Mr. Prasad Narayan from Neoma Solutions, Prasanna Ambekar, Prasanna Ambekar, Manjusha, Miss Manjusha, Gaurav Kul, Shraddha Devkar, Vignesh Bhide, Mr. Vignesh Bhide, Speed Engineering Solutions, Shweta, Miss Shweta Durafe, Umesh Khandagare, Yogesh Valasang, Mr. Umesh Khadangai, Unique Technology Pune, Sachin Babar, Sahadev Mandale, Mr. Sachin Babar from WAPMIPS Global Services Private Limited, Mr. Yogesh Valsang, Mr. Yogesh Valsang from Intiva Products India Automotive Private Limited, Mr. Manoj Guge, Mr. Mayank Jain, Mr. Shahaji Deshmukh, Mr. Anurag Ghore, Ms. Jasleen Kaur, Ms. Rajashri Patil, Mr. Rahul Chandak, Ms. Akshata Vidkar, Mr. Amar Deshmukh, Ms. Akshata Vidkar, Mr. Amar Deshmukh, Mr. Aniruddha Ghadge, Mr. Atul Thobre, Ms. Ashwini Sundaram, Ms. Sakshi Vargante, Ms. Rutuja Bandal, Ms. Khurram Kasimi, Ms. Rutuja Bandal from HDFC Life. Mr. Kunal Yadav, Mr. Khurram Kasimi from IDBI Intake Limited. Rakesh Valmiki, Dipti Deshmukh, Kunal Yadav from IDBI Intake Limited. Ajit Thakur, Dipti Deshmukh, Pooja Parande, Vandana Chaube, Rajiv Swami, Harry Roshan, Mr. Dhairya Rogha, Ms. Priyanka Khurmi, Mr. Shivaji Kute, Mr. Bhushan Chodia, Dr. Mr. Bhushan Chodia from Tech Verito, Dr. Balasaheb Nanavre, Mr. Sanjeev Patel, Ms. Varsha Indarkar, Mr. Balasaheb Bhanudas Jadhav, Mr. Balasaheb Bhanudas Jadhav, Web Pro Design, Vishali Gurau, Ms. Vishali Gurau, Shweta Singh, Lokesh Borore, Ms. Shweta Singh from Delcut Industries Private Limited, Mr. Lokesh Borore, Mr. Sushant Kumar, Mr. Sandeep Bidkar, Mr. Narottam Das, Mr. Narottam Das, so I'm sure because some of you were outside.
Do we have people from Force Motor, our own alumni? Is there? Vaibhav? Okay, so I think I forgot very important thing. Yesterday night we were struggling with 3 or 4 vehicles. You know, it's an event, so these things happen and we are very honest about it. And I called one of my alumni who works with Force Motors because I thought they are launching some new vehicles and all. And it was like a good timing. He said, this is something we want. And then hardly within 5-10 minutes they arranged for fantastic new vehicles and we took care of some of the people who were not able to have the vehicle. So I don't know whether he's here or not, but thank you Force Motors and thank you Vaibhav.
So I'm sure due to some of you were outside, we must have missed out on few of you. So those who have remained, I would request all of you to come forward. I must have taken your name, but I guess we missed the chance. So we would love to appreciate you. So I request, please come on stage. Now I would like to request Mr. Milind Mutalik sir to come on stage for felicitations. Ms. Jayashree Digambar Wagh ma'am from Cybernetics Software Private Limited. Mr. Rohit Ambekar from Vertex Infraco Solutions. Mr. Chetan Takavale from Reliance Jio. Mr. Ujjwal Gaikwad from Southco. Mr. Kailash Gaikwad from Altec Biotechnology Private Limited. I'm sure I must have missed out on few more. So if there is anyone who is remaining, please come forward. We really would love to appreciate and felicitate you. Have we missed out on anyone? Okay.
I would appeal to everyone for raising the hip hip hooray for the team which organized this. Bode sir and the team, Pankaj ma'am and the team. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mr. Santosh Paspute from PCB channel. Few more times, sir. Ms. Sheetal Pragare from Saint Gobind. Thank you so much, sir. And I really believe that I hope we have tried our best to felicitate each and everyone. But if we have missed out on anyone, please let me know. We are not done yet. I would request Priyanka Chavan ma'am from Flex Stage. She wants to share 2 minutes with us.
Greetings for the day. I appreciate each and everybody who came here today. The first appreciation goes to JSPM College for organizing such a wonderful event. So let me tell about myself to you. I belong to two communities here. I am HR as well as I am alumni student of JSPM BSIOTR College. So it's a very proud moment for me to call from your college as a, to get an invitation from your college for such kind of meetups. So much appreciated to JSPM. And I would like to share my thoughts. on the hiring. So we were discussing here on the hassles and on the problems of hiring. So the main problem for students, like students, is the fresher students don't get much opportunities. The fresher students don't get much chances to give the interviews in the companies. So all the HRs out here, it's my humble request to give the chance to fresher to prove themselves. At least one single chance is needed to a fresher, right? We all were fresher at some time, right? Agree or not? I want a big yes from you guys. Yeah, that's what. So this meetup is here, which is arranged, which is again going to give us a opportunity to reach freshers and the HRs. So please give them one chance to give the interviews and enter in this industry and the market, so that yeah, they will be a part of all these things. So thank you JSPM, and thank you all the HRs out there. Thank you all the TPOs for organizing this event, and big kudos to the organizers who are running day and night here. So a big kudos to them. Thank you so much.
Sorry to take 1 minute in the program. Thank you so much, Priyanka. She was a student, 2017 pass out student. Her husband was also a student, and both have come here. The main thing is, I must appreciate her contribution to the JSPM. She has recruited the students from this, she has started recruiting the students from this year only, and she has offered the package about 10.5. So thank you so much, Priyanka. This is the great contribution of alumni to the JSPM group of institutes. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of JSPM and TSSM group of institutes, I would like to extend a warm welcome and heartfelt thank you to each and every one of you for taking the time to attend event today. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to our distinguished guests, keynote speaker, panelists, moderators for sharing their valuable insights and expertise with us. Your presence has made this event truly special and memorable. We are grateful for the unwavering support of our sponsors, partners, volunteers who have made this event possible. Your contributions and dedication have been instrumental in the success of this event, and we could not have done it without you. So thank you. And a special thank you to audience for your active participation and engagement throughout the event. Your questions, comments, and feedback have added immense value to our discussions. Lastly, I would like to thank our organizing team for their tireless efforts in planning, executing this event flawlessly. Your hard work and commitment have been truly commendable. When I talk about my team, I would like to thank them, and they have actually, when we say we have for blood and sweat, it won't be wrong or it won't be exaggeration if we include the word blood, because one of our team members who actually who had given her day and night to the event, and yesterday she fractured her leg. So once again, thank you to everyone for making this event a grand success. We hope that you had a fruitful and enjoyable experience, and we look forward to seeing you all once again in future events. And hereby, I, Pankaja Kopulkar, signing off. Have a great evening ahead. Thank you so much. I request everyone to come forward on stage so we can take one more picture before we part ways. To those who we could not felicitate, I would request you all to meet our organizers once, because we really would love to part ways with something. Okay. I request everyone to please come on stage so we can have one final picture. I request all the volunteers, training and placement officers, TPOs, and all the HRs and industry friends to come on stage, especially volunteers. Please come.